When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Today we are going to be joined by the inimitable ForNull, and we are going to discuss his new album, Enter the Dragonsynth. I will only be on microphone today. The camera is out of order. We will catch up on some of your comments during the Going Free lesson of the day. We will also play Jared George's magnificent new song, What's in Us. The MP of the day, don't punch right. How many idiots have you heard say that every time you pass judgment on something that isn't exactly right out of the 1930s? Your comments and calls, and I will chat directly with you all about what's vexing you and any questions you might have. And for all those adult children out there who are with a parent or guardian, hear about the new restaurant called Karma. There's no menu. You get what you deserve. And a good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you around planet Earth. We are going free, and it is wonderful to be here with you all. We have a technical snafu over on Odysee. If anybody knows where to find the RTMP URL for one's Odysee channel, please write that to me so that I can link it back up with the multi-streaming software. because it was severed for some reason. Always something going wrong. You may comment on the stream today, and I will have Entropy up and running in just 1 second. You may comment on the stream today. You may ask questions. You can do that on DLive, and you can do that on YouTube, and you can also do that on Entropy. You may also financially gift on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. And you may also financially gift over on Cash App, and that is at no cost to you. Let me really quick take a look to see if we have had any anonymous financial gifters over this past week. And as that loads, I will tell you that you can also financially gift with cryptocurrency. You can go over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org, and there you can find a link that will take you right to a page that has the cryptocurrency addresses as well as a snail mail address that you can write me at. And I thank everyone for all of their financial gifts and the lovely things that they have sent in the mail to me. Thank you all so very much. Remember to tag me if you are going to be leaving a comment or question on any of the platforms other than Entropy's question widget, because if you don't, the comments will scroll away and I will not be able to see them once that happens. However, on Entropy, they remain in the question widget until you or I delete them. A big hello. I see Rory is with us, and he writes that Mark Collett's Odysee stream went down an hour ago. I hope Mark is feeling well. I reached out to him to see how he was doing, and I don't believe I've heard back yet. Yeah, the link, my link was severed, and I don't know if there's any connection there, but I need the RTMP URL, and I don't know where to find that on Odysee. So if someone does, maybe they can DM me quickly, and I will be able to. I'm just sort of looking at it right now, and it looks like, I don't know if some of my features are have been maybe deactivated on Odysee. I'm not sure exactly what could be going on, but if somebody knows a go here, go there instructions, I will follow them, and we'll see if that works. The irate homebum says your channel is pretty cool, dude. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so very much. You obviously have magnificent taste. Mrs. Jess Horst is with us. Great to see you, dear lady. And so is Coconut, another wonderful woman. Simon JJ, J Link, Jerome, Western Renaissance, Lycomedes, Sterling Prize. All the champions have shown up. There has not been any anonymous financial gifts over the past week. So we will go ahead and move forward. Remember, folks, that we have coming up here very soon, the one and only ForNull, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Somebody over on DLive says, what is he reading off of? Well, it's called having a brain and being able to extemporize. Spartan says, why is the Lawnmower Man the best movie ever? So this is a joke. I don't know. Why is the Lawnmower Man the best movie ever? I will have, I think it was, who was it who originally gave me that info? Maybe it'll, no, I don't see. I do not see. No messages. So, yes, Odysee is not working right now. They severed their connection to me. Mystic Knight is here. The Great Brand Danger. Masumi Rabbit, hello and welcome. Artist Life, hello, sister. Great to see you. And another dear lady, Althea, is with us. Hello, Rory, or Roy, rather. Danton is with us. Damon Scott is with us. Althea said that Sunday nights are Promethean, holy. Thank you. Looks like Euphemia is with us. Welcome. And so is Not Mama. Great to see you. And there's the dear lady Carlisle Cockatoo. Hello, sister. How are you? First Last is with us. Great to see you, brother. All right. Penzer, greetings to you. Inclination, wonderful to see you as well. Well, if we go without being able to stream to Odysee, oh well. So we will have the great ForNull, and he'll be talking about his Dragonsynth album that is he just released. And what we will do, though, just prior to that, is I want to share with you all that I didn't know that he had done this. ForNull had actually created a Dragonsynth version of my intro, and it's really quite good. So let's see, where is it? I'd like to share that with you all because this great champion has done so many wonderful things and continues to do so many wonderful things for White Wellbeing. And it is not showing up. What a surprise. More technical difficulties, perhaps? Oh, no, I know where I can go ahead and send it out to all of you today. We can do it this way. Hi, I'm Jason. I know with the moniker No White Guilt that you're probably expecting some anti-white stereotype, some monster from the novels you have read or the movies and sitcoms that you've watched. But my work isn't about the behavior of non-white peoples. It isn't about mass relocation. It isn't about superiority or inferiority, dominance or stereotypes. It isn't about looking backward. It isn't about violence. No race is the enemy, and no genetics makes a person virtuous. My work is about white well-being. And because anti-white ideology, anti-whiteism, is a threat to everyone, my work is about everyone's well-being. And no matter what race you are, the race of your wife or husband or children, your sexual orientation or checkered past, if you serve white well-being, you are welcome here. Look, I'm just a white man who is sick and tired of watching Western civilization descend into something apocalyptic, something that truly and viscerally hates white people when we aren't anti-white. A place that treats us with the wickedest injustices, that persecutes and discriminates against us, and then, under the threat of numerous penalties, requires us to pretend that everything in society operates to our benefit. I'm tired of watching these people that you would probably call by outdated names like communist, Marxist, liberal, woke brigade, or whatever. I'm tired of watching these people get their way day after day, month after month, year after year, my entire life, your entire life. Anti-white terror troops acting like an occupying army. You'd probably call them rioters and looters. They're united with people in positions of authority against Western civilization, destroying the world we live in, murdering innocent people. Disease stalks and hunts the living. So-called leaders usurp our rights and annul our hard-won liberties with every sleight of hand that will get the job done. They couldn't stop the diseases that plague you, and they won't be able to stop the diseases to come. You know that's the truth. They can't stop the violence in the streets and keep us safe. Do they even want to stop the violence? Instead, they demand greater tribute from us. More apologies, more tax dollars, more self-abasement, more self-effacement, surrender more, give up more, beg more. It feels like everything is coming apart, like we've entered some new phase of ruin in Western civilization and everything we care about. And the sad truth is, we have. Everything that you have turned to has failed you. No institution or movement has been able to turn back the tide or even make sense of it. That's why we do something very different here. We introduce you to a new worldview, a paradigmatic approach that has already transformed the lives of thousands, improving the lives of individuals, of families, and we're beginning to influence communities. And we do it all with less jargon than you had to learn for your profession or trade. You're still a Christian, a Catholic, a Mormon, a pagan, an atheist. You're still an American patriot, a Canadian patriot, Australian patriot, Swedish patriot. You're just better than you were before, stronger than you were before, because we provide you with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare that is waged against us. Like a priest who goes to the sinner to preach salvation, we go to the wayward, the self-hating, white-guilted Westman, and we go to those who have taken on villainy roles like white power activists, and we preach love, hope, and redemption. Because if a person can go wrong, he or she can also go right. Antiwhiteism is the enemy of all peoples in the West. We need all good people of all immutable characteristics to come together to put a stop to it. I hope you'll stick around. There are a lot of ups and downs to come. There'll be tears of joy and tears of sadness. There'll be wildly unfair setbacks and victories that feel like miracles. There'll be romance and anger. Cravens will make excuses, and heroes will set themselves apart with their deeds. We are writing this story, and you are just in time, because it's really just starting to get good. That was the one and only ForNull Dragonsynth version of my intro. I thought it was fantastic. Let's get a big, raucous round of emojis for the one and only ForNull. We're going to be talking about his Dragonsynth album, Enter the Dragonsynth, in just under an hour. And it does indeed look like Odysee is blocking me from streaming. The great Groundhog Fury is here. Great to see you, brother. A great champion in service to White Wellbeing. Wonderful, brother. Wonderful to have you here. I Am Legend is here. Save Western Civilization Now. I am without camera today. Yes, it does appear that Odysee, can anyone tell me anything about what's going on with Odysee elsewhere with others? Jay Link says, Raymond Foster made a great advertisement for your book. It's called something like Protect Our Girls with Go Free. I believe I saw. I'll have to take another look. Thank you for mentioning that. I will have another look at that. He is a magnificent champion, Raymond Foster, one of our greatest in service to White Wellbeing down under the land of Oz. 0022 says, Hails. Hello to you as well. And wonderful to see so many. Looks like Nullis is here. Great to see you, good brother. Promethean hails. And Kip to Sterling Price. Southern Daily News is here. Roy says, thank you so much, dear brother, for confirming that I was right last stream when I called Don't Punch Right an MP. It caused quite some disturbance among some ants. Yes, it is indeed an MP. And we will talk about it. And I guess, does nobody have any info on Odysee aside from Mark being kicked off today over the course of the day or midstream? Did he say what was going on? Because I have attempted now. I found all of the information I needed, and I've attempted several times to engage. And it says that I am blocked from sending the live stream. So I guess this was another one of those great, is that what it's going to be? Another one of those great, we'll just jump to another platform. Everything will be fine. Ideas that prove to be dumb as all get out. Let's jump on over, as it is now 5:20 Eastern time. We're going to jump on over to some of your comments that we've missed over the past couple of weeks. And get to those, and we'll handle we'll play Jared George's song this first hour as well. His new song, What's in Us. And then we will be on with the great ForNull. Yeah, we have to just have a lexicon and dialectics like we have here in Going Free that makes it very difficult to persecute us. That's what we need to have. Splash says over on D Live says it's not just you, No White Girl. It's everyone having live streaming problems on Odysee. Okay, so it's a Odysee-wide problem. No live streams are working on Odysee. It's not just that people like Mark and myself are being targeted. That's good. Did we never get the punchline to the joke of Lawnmower Man? Or was there a punchline there? Maybe we can come up with our own punchlines. Rory says Mark just gave up in the middle of his stream. Wow. Must have been going in and out, perhaps. Fit and healthy at any age. Great to see you, brother. Let's go ahead and jump over here. Blind Wolf Logs writes here, just discovered your channel. Keep up the excellent work! Exclamation point. We get these so often when we have these little interactions. And I think one of the reasons why a lot of the Ant-Nat leadership is content producers and the like, one of the reasons why they're so put out and really dislike yours truly is that their most talented participants are leaving for something that actually works. They're leaving and they're coming over here and they're deciding to drop this playing the villain role. So a big welcome to all of you who are doing that. And you have much to learn, but that's okay, because everything you learn is a step in the right direction and you'll be becoming empowered. Yourself and your family and those around you, it will be magnificent. And you can watch previous shows, previous gatherings, and you can see how magnificently folks' lives are changed. Andy Stewart writes here, I saw this guy, No White Guilt, on Red Ice, and I thought he was boring. Then, Patriotic Review. Thought he was boring, but I liked the message. Now, he's one of my favorites. Took a while to grow on me, but he's got the most genuine and best message out there. Thank you so much, Andy. I really appreciate that. When you're seeing something new, this is a typical phenomenon. In fact, I think Groundhog Fury even talked about this, that he had to come and hear the message several times or numerous times. Many people have talked about that. And the reason why, of course, is that we're doing something revolutionary, something absolutely brand new. And it's something that works. And so there are two things there. Number one, seeing something for the first time, it's difficult. Hey, here's some guy on the screen and yeah, he's handsome as all hell and he's in fantastic shape and he's but he's talking about something I've never heard before. It just doesn't make sense. Like it sounds like I'm trying to put him into a box. Like, do I put him into the conservative box? Well, that doesn't seem right because he's openly talking about the well-being of white people. So that doesn't seem to make sense. But he's also saying that we shouldn't play the villain in the anti-whites narrative. And this whole concept of them having a narrative that we're living in rather than that just being the world, that's kind of strange to me. And so a lot of people end up having to various degrees, a difficult time. And they hear the things that we have to say and they hear the word love and they wonder, wow, how could that combat the anti-whites? How could love combat the anti-whites? Don't we have to be just furious? Don't we have to have wild, unchanneled, vectorless rage? I mean, isn't that what we're supposed to do? And then, of course, you find out that love is the reason why we have fought every battle throughout all of history. It's the love of our people, the love of our wives and children, the love of our husbands, the love of what our people have created. You defend that which you love. You don't destroy that which you hate. You just complain about it. That's the big difference. So, yes, thank you very much for that, Andy. Here we have the great Ruination Media, also known as Lovely Porridge. He's another hero from down under. I really got to take a look at Raymond Foster's new video. Maybe somebody will have to remind me, and we'll play that next week. As long as I guess I'll have to take a look at the footage to see if it's stuff that was free to use, because you know how the anti-whites are at YouTube. Gee, I wonder how that no white guilt guy stays on YouTube. Couldn't be that he obeys their rules. Couldn't be that he's smart enough to obey their rules. And yes, I know I've had a channel deleted outright without any strikes for no reason whatsoever. I know that they do that sometimes. But of course, there is some truth there when it comes to just being able to follow basic instructions. And some folks are just not able to do that. Ruination Media writes here in his brilliance, NWG. Many people in the white spheres have begun referring to hate hoaxes as, quote, blood libels against whites, close quote, such as the claims about the Tulsa riots and the graves found at a school for Canadian Indians. To me, this sounds as dumb as calling anti-whites racists. If you get time, could you address this in the Sunday stream? Absolutely, brother. Anything for you, all that you do in service to white well-being. It absolutely is an MP. This is no different than when white people were fed these idiotic things to like do-gooder to call anti-whites, and then they just so gullibly, the moronic Mayberry types pick that up right away, and they march around and they have billboards that say, "Don't listen to the do-gooders." Why? Because you are the evildoer? I mean, you're such an idiot. So yeah, these are the functionally comatose, wandering the land with vacuous eyes. Blood libel means that the premise there is that you are accepting what the anti-whites are claiming. And you're trying to make the argument that, yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it. Because that's what a blood libel is. It means that you did it. Your people did it. And you are responsible. Your people are to be condemned for the act, but you should not be specifically punished for it. So, yes, it is that dumb as saying racist. It is that dumb, the anti-white slur racist. It is that dumb as calling anti-whites do-gooders or bleeding hearts. I mean, truthfully, if somebody says do-gooder in front of me again, I might feel the need to slap the spit out of their mouth so that I can practice dentistry. It's so inane. Ruination Media. Thank you very much for that, brother. It's important. Nobody out there, if you have, and why would I say don't say blood libel against whites? Because I want you to be powerful, because I want you to have victory in your life, because you being powerful and freeing yourself of anti-whiteism, releasing the spirit of the West inside of you, makes the recapture of our destiny that much more possible. That's why I tell you that. What other reason makes sense? Eurosphere, hello to you, writes, have any of the antique nationalists created a homeschooling program like Brant Danger's School of the West, or a practice that inculcates children and adults from anti-whiteism, I guess inoculates from anti-whiteism, like Go Free? If you want a true measure of success, then ask yourself, who has brought more families and children to white well-being than the Going Free community? You know, children also known as the future of the European race. We can compete in a cooperative manner and let the best ones win. I agree completely. I agree. You know, it's easy when you are out front and you keep succeeding and you say, hey, let's go ahead and make our arguments and do our best in our particular endeavors. Ostensibly, these others in service to white well-being. Let's just go ahead and do that. And then I can make criticisms where I think things are going to be harmful for our people and our efforts to do good for white well-being. So it's easy to hold that opinion. It's not so easy to hold that opinion of best man wins when you are dead last. And then what you try to do is you try to undermine the person who's out in front, the group that's out in front. You try to throw things out in front of them to trip them up. You try to burn them down. You try to hurl a grappling hook at them to snag them so that you can pull them to the ground, and then lazily and with a terrible stride. I saw a girl going down the road the other day jogging. What a stride. It was, somebody has to teach the poor thing how to run. But it's like that. If you could see that wild stride with all wasted motion going left and right instead of forward and backward. Yes, I agree. Eurosphera. Thank you so very much. Azimuth Clark is here, and he says, my 5-year-old has been born free. He points out anti-whiteism in his cartoons and games. He recently noticed his superhero and villains have been white erased. He simply said, quote, Dad, that's anti-white, close quote. Tears to the eyes of a proud father, writes Azimuth Clark. All I can think, what if I was going free at 5? I love this community so much, exclamation point. Thank you, everyone, exclamation point. Well, a big thank you to you, Azimuth Clark, for that magnificent testimonial. Let's think about this little boy being empowered as he is. He's going to love his people. He'll love himself. He'll be able to come far closer to accessing his potential as a Westman than we ever could imagine. Think about that happening on a grander scale to more and more white children. Think about them thinking about themselves and our people in our story as heroes, as victors, as beautiful things, as wonderful people. And then you can begin to understand what the future for us will look like, what the reclamation of our destiny will look like. That in and of itself, to bring such inoculation and love and empowerment to a 5-year-old little son of the West, it should absolutely fill your hearts with the truth and the knowledge that going free, using the lexicon and the dialectics, is the right way to go. Where else do you find? You simply do not find white children empowered thus. You end up seeing in these other endeavors so often, regrettably, children who are hateful little things and in trouble with the law all the time, and then end up hating their parents, wrecked homes. It is an absolute mess. And you want to know whether or not those other endeavors are good for our children? Well, simply look at the parents who are content creators, content producers, know the most, can articulate the most of your particular, whatever it was, if other than going for your particular flavor of white villainy in the anti-white narrative, and look at what happened to their children. In almost every single case, they are either neutral on dad, usually that's who it is, or dad and mom, or just mom, and that's at best, that's rare, or they have outright declared their open hatred of everything white sympathetic and are anti-white as all get out. So if those people who were in it, have been in it, can articulate it 100 times better than you, can't even rear their children to take up the mantle and work toward victory and live beautiful lives, then what do you think you're going to be able to do? Be real. What do you think is going to happen to this little boy? He's going to love his father for teaching him that he is from a glorious people, a loving people, that he has a wonderful potential inside of him. And he'll be able to take up that mantle in love and defend himself from that moral precipice that we as white people must occupy if we are going to be able to engage in self-defense. I'm going to send ForNull a link to StreamYard at the top of the hour, and that is how he will join the stream. Until then, we're going to continue moving forward with Steve Stone. He writes of the stream, 3 hours of soul cleansing. Love your work, Brother Jason. God bless you. Well, much love in return, Steve. Think about that. Soul cleansing. 3 hours of soul cleansing. Rather than doom documenting or doom dissecting, building up hatred for some other group of people that, or groups of people that you have no power to change. What's going to be better for you in the long run? I love Jesus Christ, a sweet lady. If you ever saw one, she writes here, of me, this is a man who loves white people. Jesus, thank you for Jason. Well, thank you, Jesus, for I love Jesus Christ. What a wonderful lady she is. Folks, we are going to take a quick listen to Mr. George and his brand new song, What's in Us? And then we will be right back after that.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
We're gonna make the call.
Well, that was magnificent. I heard that the other day. I, of course, had the pleasure of being able to hear that a tiny bit earlier than the rest of you, and it was truly a surprise and magnificent, the entirety of the video. And one of the things about Mr. George's, and I think what we'll do, and we'll ask Jared exactly, I'd like to have him on to talk about on a future Going Free or Roland Going Free, to talk about what inspired him, motivations. It has this, it's this resilient, bright, upbeat attitude of resisting the anti-whites and their regime. And I love it. I love it for that. But Jared George demonstrating so many of his different talents there with another new song, and What's in Us. Now, if you watch the video, Jared asks everyone to watch, no matter what platform you watch it on, to watch it all the way to the end. Even if you have to, it's playing in the background and you've got something else going on, that's fine. Just let it play all the way through to the end. I guess in the hope that it will help with the algorithm. So you can find him, of course, Jared George on YouTube and thegreatorder.com. And pardon me, there you will find all of the different links that he has to different platforms. Of course, the afterparty.tv that I share with him, this great champion in service to white well-being, a great guy on top of that. Please support Jared and all the work that he's doing. Please head on over to the afterparty or thegreatorder.com and grab a hold of all of his links. Watch this video on everywhere he's posted it. Watch it all the way to the end. Give it a thumbs up, a heart, or whatever they give you the opportunity to do. Make a comment. Let folks know that you care and you appreciate the time and effort that he's putting in. Now, the other thing that's interesting about that piece is, I believe, unless I'm incorrect, which happens from time to time, fortunately, I have people around me who tell me when I'm wrong so I can get right. And that is that ForNull, the man of the hour today, who we will have on in 14 and a half or so minutes roughly, I guess did the mastering on that piece. And perhaps we can get ForNull, who will be with us about 30 minutes or so, perhaps we can get him to maybe speak to us about that as well. And if he did anything else on that song with Jared George. So very exciting. Again, what a testament to what a masterful character that ForNull has. I joked with him, I quipped the other day that if he and I worked in the same building, it would glow, because both of us are just at it all the time. And so very impressed. Now we have the MP and MC of the day. This is a simple one that I just wanted to share the way I have been addressing it as I've been coming across it, because this is one of the disingenuous statements that those who are sympathetics and play the villainy role. Now we all are in the white sympathetic sphere. Those of us who are going free are white positive specifically. But we're all technically in the white sympathetic sphere, and many in the white sympathetic sphere decide to play the villain to various degrees. Some hardcore, they love to play the villain. They use intellectually dishonest arguments against those who don't also want to play the villain. They reveal themselves all the time with arguments such as these, and with statements about optics and statements about purity spiraling. We are as purity spiraled as you can possibly be. Our optics are exactly what we are. We love Western kind, and we invite everyone of every immutable characteristics to help us put an end to anti-whiteism, because that is what's destroying the West and therefore the world. So we are projecting exactly what we are. There's no camouflage here. We want everybody to see who we are in our three-dimensional form, not flat characters in the anti-white narrative that you can persecute and eradicate, but real human beings who care and love and have pain and fear and are deciding, and have to do it every single day, to have the courage to stand up against anti-whiteism and the anti-whites, as powerful as they are, as monolithical that their power is. So we had this MP, and there are a number of others, and perhaps next week I will address this one and maybe at least another more fully. But I wanted to share with you all, because when these folks show up, when I share a criticism, and I always share a criticism for the purpose of improving what the folks are doing in service to white well-being, or in service to white sympathy, generally speaking. I share criticisms to improve what they're doing. And so then when they turn around and endeavor to burn me down and burn Going Free down, that tells you everything you need to know about them. I hope you will leave them right away in those cases and come on over to a group of people who are making a difference in the world. A group of people who, ordinary white people, Westmen around the world, would be willing to join in our efforts. Because why? Because those efforts are for their own well-being, and they will be able to identify it, not for some sort of mystical something or other, not for some sort of weird ideology or some weird economic or political system or some weird flag, but for their own well-being, for the well-being of their children, for the well-being of themselves. So they will be able to come to us. Maybe you have heard some of their spurious arguments, but they will say, the same folks who criticize endlessly, and it shows you how really just contemptible their characters are, that they will endlessly criticize with every statement that one can imagine, disgusting, vulgar, all the way to just outright fanciful lies, anything that they can say to get folks to not go free, to not listen to me, to not look at me. And then those same people will say, as soon as I share a criticism to improve the activities and the thoughts of those who are white sympathetic, they immediately will come out with this "don't punch right" BS. And this is pure Bravo Sierra, because like I say, those exact same people who say "don't punch right" are the ones who criticize endlessly the work that we are doing. But not only that, there's more to this, because some of the people who say "don't punch right" are just plain low IQ. They're midwits or midget wits. You absolutely, in fact, let's have this be known from here on out, that anybody who says something like "don't punch right" is automatically revealing that they are low IQ'd, or they intend to do harm, because they're anti-white at heart in some shape or form, or they are malicious, evil people, cranks who have gotten into the white sympathetic sphere and are doing harm, or they are decent people who've just never thought about it before. They've just heard it, and now they're just repeating. And that's a problem. And we all have done it to various degrees. And so those folks, we hope that they will take a hard look at this idea that "don't punch right." Don't punch right, of course, means you're not allowed to criticize anything any other group is doing. You're not allowed to give advice to any other group, to any endeavor, or to any individual, because if you do, then you are doing this awful thing. You are undermining. You are punching right. Well, what I have said to these folks is, I'm punching stupidity. When they say "don't punch right," I say I'm punching stupidity. And that has ended it in every conversation. So if you would like to use that, please do. And then come back and let us know, how did that work for you? What did the person say in response to that? I'll be willing to bet that they ended up not saying "don't punch right" anymore, because you'll be able to just retort, "I'm punching stupidity." And when you take this, and this is what I would like you to do, and think about that you never criticize, you never give advice, you never give a recommendation. How bad that would be in every single area of life. And then wonder, why in the hell is this being applied to our well-being? If this would not work in a daycare, you look over and the new employee is holding a baby upside down in order to put some sort of baby powder on the baby's rear. And you know that, well, this is not a good thing, and maybe it's even against the law to do, and you say nothing. What might happen to that employee? What might happen to that baby, more importantly? What might happen to the owners of that daycare? If it doesn't work in the daycare, would it work maybe at the, I don't know, maybe the auto factory? Maybe they're doing something in the auto factory on this one line where they're putting together an automobile, and they're starting the application of one fender in a way that will end up causing it to be much harder to finish the fender, to get it actually into place and aligned the way it's supposed to be. What if you just didn't say anything? What if you just let those guys keep doing it that way? What would happen to the business? What if we really approached everything that we did with this idea that you don't criticize or attempt to improve? What about in sports? What about in sports? If you saw if you were on a team sport and you saw one of your teammates or several of your teammates, or maybe you're on the offense and then this is the defense that you see doing something that you know is wrong, or you know a way that would absolutely work better. Maybe you've identified that the opposition's offensive team always does something when they are about to run a particular type of play. Would you just keep your mouth shut, or would you go ahead and tell the defensive coordinator, hey, I've noticed something. They always do this way. Don't punch defense. You are an offensive player. Don't punch defense. We've got this handled. So who would push that? Who would push this don't punch right business? Now, of course, I could understand there's a big difference between needless and wanton slander for slander's sake, but that's never happened with me. I've talked to people many times many more times than I can count behind scenes, and advised one course or another. And sometimes folks have listened, sometimes not. But isn't that what people do when you have the same goal and you are taking a look at the same context and you have an insight to share? And why would anybody come unglued over receiving that insight or that criticism? I'm grateful when people reach out and they have an idea about how I could do better. I always have been and I always will be. They have a cautionary tale. I would always like to hear that, but I haven't heard that ever. What I hear, I mean, I can pull something up right now as we're talking, we'll just have this very impromptu. And once again, yes, I can do impromptu because of intelligence. How about this? What this absolutely imbecilic individual wrote here. There are, and this is about yours truly, there are only a handful of reasons why this supposed, and then he writes pro-white. I am not pro-white. I'm white positive. You may be pro-white. That means something evil. Go ahead. I love my people, and I want every people out there to have and make wonderful memories. So there is only a handful of reasons why this supposed pro-white YouTuber would be, and then he uses a word for defecating that I won't use because this is the family show, on Patriot Front with lies, smears, and anti-white language. Thank you for using anti-white, by the way, which I've been pushing since 1994 when I thought I invented it because it wasn't being said anywhere else. That and anti-whiteism. Way to use what we are pushing as a community, and we have pushed into the social discourse. Can you imagine what kind of a dirtbag would slander me using the lexicon that we have successfully pushed into general societal use? Of course you can. So then he says lies about Patriot Front. Name one. Name one. Smears. I guess the smear would be the lie. So, and then he puts a period. Then he writes, this is either petty jealousy, and then parenthetically, likely stemming from his homosexuality. And then, comma, mental retardation or a gay op. And then parenthetically, excuse the unintentional pun. And then period. So there's nothing here that is advice. There's nothing here that is cautionary note about something we're doing. No, it's just endless attacks. And this would be somebody who would say, don't punch right. So I'm punching stupidity, which this person has all over his face, apparently. He goes on, why would anyone who purports to be a white advocate describe a group of white advocates walking down the street with American flags as, quote, terrorizing young people of color, close quote. Now, you all know I never refer to non-white people as people of color because that is an MP. It is an anti-white slur. So this villainous refuse here is actually lying about me in order to smear me. He goes on and says, this man is fake. He wants you to read his book and worship him. Yeah, worship me. That's why I celebrate so many people, because I want so much worship. He wants you inside watching and listening to him defecating, but he doesn't use that word because he probably doesn't know it since he's so low IQ'd, on people who actually care about white people for, quote, terrorizing POC. And then he says, foxtrot, but he uses a different word, no white guilt. Well, I won't say who this absolutely low IQ'd, dim-witted troglodyte is, Southern Dingo. I won't give you his name, but just know that he is a ass upon all asses. Very quickly, we'll take a look at this because we've reached the hour to bring on a veritable god. Inclination, where does one get copies of the reading material? Are you talking about Go Free? You can go to nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com if you want a signed copy or any of my books that I've written. You can go there. You can also go to Amazon. And I've made everything as affordable as possible. The Great Promethean Promulgation has a joke here. Please scroll up to read that joke. You have to read it. Thanks, brother. And let me know. Remember, let me know when you have the new address for me to send the remaining books to. Great champion that you are. Brent Danger, folks, a great champion, wrote me this long email about all of these wonderful plans that I finally was able to respond to for School of the West. Truly, we are the ones who are going to make a difference in the world. Fit and healthy at any age. I wish No White Guilt would do a debate with these leaders and turn them to our side. I'm not going to be able to turn them to our side, but the reason why is because they've demonstrated that it's not just the well-being of our people that they are after. And it might be to some degree, I don't know, maybe fifth on their list or something like that. But self-aggrandizement is the main reason. Groundhog Fury says, No White Guilt, staying power and perseverance beats flashes in the long run. Exactly. That is why I have been toiling away like a furious groundhog. You like how I did that? Underground and making things happen, even though I have to deal with imbeciles and all of these people who just want to do things that end up harming us. Jerome V says, how does that No White Guilt guy stay on YouTube? Yeah, exactly. I wonder how. Great to see you, brother. Looks like Jilly is with us. Hello and welcome, sister, as well as Jennifer. Hello to you. Welcome to you. She says, not Canadian Indians. They call themselves First Nations or Amerindian. I would refer to them this is how I refer to them, as American Indians. We named the continent, and then that is the name also, Indians. This First Nations is an MP. It puts you second, and they're absolutely not the First Nation. Do not use that MP. There was no Canada until white people went there and created it. Let me scroll a little bit more. We're about to begin with the great ForNull. Before he speaks, though, we're going to listen to one of his songs quickly. Masumi Rabbit says, "You remind me how in Spanish they use similar terms." I guess he was talking about when I was talking about do-gooder, and he says they would call anti-whites goodists to own them. It turns my stomach. Oh my God, that is just wretched. Goodists, folks. Why can't you realize? All of you do, I guess. The new people realize now that the anti-whites are giving you these words to use against them. They're naming you, and you're taking the names, and they're naming themselves, and you're giving them the names they name themselves. Even the smear names, the names they want to be called, and the smear names, we're just call them the goodists. I mean, could you imagine having an opposition so dumb that they would use all of the words you give them, that they would be in the story that you write for them to die in? The great imminent rain is with us, folks. Next week, it's going to be all imminent rain and groundhog fury. Be watching for that. Very exciting week coming up. Mark is with us. Dean is with us. And we are almost ready to roll here. Just a quick scroll. International Puppy is with us and says, "Hey, well, hello back to you. Great to see you. Good brother." And it looks like finally these Patriot Front type groups care nothing about poor Appalachian whites and homeless poor Westerners whatsoever, writes the irate homebum. Well, thank you for that. I don't know exactly. I'm not in these groups, so I don't know exactly what they do or don't care, but thank you for mentioning that. They certainly are behaving in a way that is an easy decision, and that is to just walk out into a street, a courageous decision when you go into an area where you could be beaten or shot or as that ended up happening, doxxed. When they get your info, that means you're doxxed. It's just a matter of time and who's going to use it against you. But it nonetheless is a cost-benefit analysis would show that it was a very poor decision, not on the behalf of those who went out there, but on the behalf of those who came up with that stratagem. With that said, we are going to quickly listen to one of these stupendous pieces on the new album by ForNull. Enter the Dragonsynth. And folks, that is the one and only, the man, the myth, the legend, ForNull, who joins us. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to say, brother, right as I bring you on here, when I first read the title to your album, I love it. It is fantastic. The first thing that came to mind was I was transported through space and time back to when I was a little boy sitting in front of the television and watching Kung Fu theater. And there was the Enter the Dragon with Bruce Lee. And my God, those were good times. But of course, folks, you should know that ForNull is also a trained ninja. And so this is new info that we know about him. But brother, thank you so much for coming on today. And thank you for all of your service to White Wellbeing. You are truly an epic gentleman and a hero of our people. Welcome, welcome. Let's talk about this new album.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. That's very kind words from Jason there. I really appreciate that too. And thanks for having me on. First of all, is my mic okay? Is it too
Perfect.
hot? Or okay, perfect, good. I got a new setup for doing these where I'm a guest somewhere else. So I don't know if you remember last time I had to use my webcam mic. So this is the first time I'm actually using it. So all right, I'm glad it works. Yes, it was kind of a joke based on that conversation we had. The title of the Mossway album, I because the Dragonsynth term, that was something that Katrina of Hearth of Europa, she was talking about my show, and she goes, "Oh, you got to listen to ForNull. He's doing this Dragonsynth music," and I heard that. And I knew what she meant. She meant dungeon synth. And I'm like, okay, I got to go search this, And I looked, Dragonsynth. It's like only used in one place and nothing about this type of music. So I'm like, okay, I'm stealing that. I'm going to use that for my thing. And then when we were talking about being a ninja and all that, I thought, oh, Enter the Dragonsynth. Like, I got to use that for the name of the album just to be funny.
Oh, that's perfect. I mean, that's exactly it reached me exactly the way you wanted then, because that's marvelous. So folks got a taste of one of the pieces there, which was called it wasn't Pondering the Runes. It was Camp of Hollows, I think is what it was. And both are really good. All the pieces are really good on that album, folks. And we're going to tell you where you can head over and pick it up shortly. But what are people going to find when they listen to this album?
Well, it's a collection of songs that are stringing together a very vague story. Like, I've got flavor text for every song. When you buy the album, you get a graphic that has all the songs listed, and along with the titles is just a tiny bit of flavor text, enough to point you in a direction for your imagination, for this music, which in my mind, when I'm making this stuff, I'm thinking of it as video game soundtrack music for like a fantasy game. That's how I approach it. And in fact, some of the songs were written for that specific purpose, for a game that I was working on with some people that got canceled. So I think 4 of the songs are from that. I took those and repurposed them for this album, but it's a mix of kind of medieval style music with soundtrack, and there's some ambient, where there's no vocals. It's all instrumental music. I used a lot of guitar on this one. This is the 4th Mossway album. And so the other ones were pretty much all synth. And this one, I was experimenting with using guitars to try and make that style of music. Yeah, so you'll hear a variety different songs. I think it does fit together as a whole. They all have a similar sound, but they're different too. There's 11 songs on the album. It's about 28 minutes of music.
Yeah, it's stupendous, folks. Everything that ForNull does, it's one magic trick after another with this guy. Truly all of his contributions. He's constantly in service of white well-being, constantly. And he's doing something here, doing something there, helping somebody over there with a piece of what they're doing. And we'll circle around to the Jared George piece once we get finished with everything else. But just constantly at work, learning new things to be able to, and we talked about that last time we had ForNull on, learning new things, skills that he needed to learn in order to serve white well-being better. Groundhog Fury is somebody else who has done the exact same thing. This is what a hero looks like today, and people are going to marvel in the future at the mental acuity and dexterity and the tenacity. Groundhog Fury was talking about that earlier. The tenacity we have, because when you are powerless relative to the anti-white regime, when you are living in a civilization that's already been conquered, you don't have gates. You don't have a bulwark on which to run to defend, the gates and keep the victimizers out. They are already in charge. When you don't have those things, your struggle for the well-being of our people has to be intelligent. It has to be nuanced. It has to be creative. It has to be able to learn quickly. It has to be able to adapt. And what is it that we know about all living organisms from all of history on planet Earth is that those organisms that cannot adapt to changing circumstances cease to exist. So people who get mired in calcified ways of preserving one's people, advancing one's interests, that sort of thing, they are destined for the trash heap of biological history. Those of us who, the new warriors, mental warriors, spiritual warriors, intellectual warriors, are those who are able to be a lot more like Groundhog Fury, a lot more like ForNull here. They are the ones who are able to adjust and move and strike with creativity and ingenuity. So I really salute you. So if for no other reason, maybe you are listening now. Now, by the way, folks, ForNull has made a variety of songs in different genres. It's amazing. But maybe you're a country person. He's got a country song. And so synth is not the thing for you. So what? Buy this album. I mean, we've talked about this so often in our community, service of white well-being, that there's no support shaming. And we thank each other. We give appreciation of each other in the ways that we can. And everybody is going to be able to afford, what was it, $7, I think, for the album. Everyone can afford that. And for those who truly cannot, living in a cardboard box, and maybe you're listening on your government phone at Starbucks right now, then write ForNull and tell him how magnificent he is and thank him for the service to white well-being that he's doing.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
And there you go. It's just the truth, brother. It's absolutely the truth. I'm not I've definitely not been one of those kind of people over the years who I know quite a few who are really just glib when it comes to singing the praise of someone, and it is just for the purpose of form or just for the purpose of getting something in return. And those are really shallow people. I'm able to look in the mirror because when I laud somebody, when I pick them up on my shoulders, I know it's because of the good work that they're doing, and I love them for it. And you're one of our very best. So I will laud you to the stars, and nothing will stop me. Let me ask you now, you were just pointing out that there's a variety of I guess almost like styles in some of these songs. I don't know. I'm as you know, I know very little. Music is definitely not one of my strengths. But so maybe just I'll call it maybe styles for the laity, whereas where I'm coming from. But when you are assembling something like this, and you have this great palette in your mind to draw from, how is it that these things come together in something that we can find enjoyable for you? I mean, how does that, do you think, well, do you start off thinking, I want to put guitar in this next piece, or I want there to be more of the variety of different sounds, I don't know what their names are, from like synthwave music? How does it work for you when you're building something like this?
Yeah, that's a good question. And that's something I think about because I have different approaches at different times. I'm moved by inspiration. So I will hear something someone else has done, and then that gets me excited, and I'm wanting to try and do that myself to see if I can figure out what the formula is or what it would sound like if I gave it a shot. And so for this album, I had a pretty specific sound in mind, or a range of sounds, a palette, as you said. And so I do research, and of course I'm not just copying people. But I listen to a lot of different things. I listen to authentic medieval music from the 1400s. I'll listen to my favorites, dungeon synth bands. I'll listen to the soundtrack of Köhne and the Barbarian and things like that, and just start storing away in my mind the different things that I want to try. And then when I go to record it, I'm just trying to make the most massive, high quality sound I can with these few instruments. It's kind of a minimalist sound that I use. I'm not doing big orchestral pieces. There's maybe only 4 or 5 instruments, but I want to sound big, with reverb, and I have this goal in my mind that I can't even put into words, and I just start working on that. And the different songs are different feelings I'm having. Like I might just want 8 minutes of peace, like calm. And how am I going to do that with music where I'm already imposing this sound on people? It's silence with birds is beautiful, or whatever. That's true serenity and calmness. But how am I going to make that with sounds, and so I just experiment and try and do that. So that'll maybe fuel 2 or 3 songs. And then other things, they're just experiments where I'm like, oh, how could I make really big drums? Like, dun, 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 like some action scene thing. And so I'll work on that. And then I'm like, well, what would it sound like if I added this sound to that, just real sparse. And I just build it up, and as I'm hearing what it's becoming, that's focusing me on my goal, until I know now what I'm trying to make here, and then I kind of finish putting it together. I don't know if that's making any sense or if that's just sounds like crazy rambling, because it's hard to explain this kind of stuff.
No, that makes perfect sense. I like that you are. One of the things I really like is that JK160 wrote in the live chat that he just purchased the album.
Oh, thank you, JK160. Thanks, everyone. Actually, if you bought the album, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. It feels great to have something. I noticed I'm getting a lot of views on it, and man, it's very gratifying, to work on something real hard and then see get a lot of views or listens on it. So
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and anybody else, if you buy the album, while we are live today on Going Free, please mention it, and we will celebrate you. Let's get a round of emojis for JK160 for jumping out right away and purchasing the album and then giving a big thank you to the great ForNull for all of the service he gives to White Wellbeing. And yeah, JK160, share that. I guess we have ForNull with us. He'll be able to share the link once we let him go, for sure. But yeah, let's make sure we get the link in the live chat if possible, and so that folks can head right on over. But thank you so very much for that. It does make a lot of sense, brother, because you start off, you have an idea of a sound, or it does sound like it's a theme that you get a feeling, I want to have this big sound, or I want to have this delicate sound, or I want to have this peaceful sound. And then you begin assembling. And of course, the research is, if you draw even the most, I want to mention this really quickly. The most creative person to ever live, if we could possibly know, some creator of all things comes to us and says, that was the most creative person of all time. Even that person, if they were dropped in a void and had to create from nothing, they would certainly be able to create a lot of things. But since they're the most creative person ever, it would be very simple. It would be very primitive. So in order to create, you have to research. In order to create, you have to see what's out there. You have to see what's been built. And then with all of that information, you can build something new. So there's nothing untoward about doing the research and finding out exactly maybe how certain sounds are made, and then how you might be able, or how certain themes are served with sounds, and then how you might be able to build into that another avenue to make that with those sounds to reach that theme. So that does make a lot of sense. What about did you have any inspiration for this album that kind of ignited it, that got it started, that was, there when it was still incipient? Did you know how many pieces you wanted to have, and how did you know when you were done, the album was finished?
Well, the first part, was there anything like what kind of started me on it? It's well, I had already made 3 albums. I was getting in, I've been listening to this kind of music since I started playing, RPG video games, fantasy role-playing games and stuff as a kid, and going to the movies and seeing Conan and all that kind of stuff. So I always liked this kind of music. I didn't find out until maybe 3 or 4 years ago that there was a whole scene around this dungeon synth, they call it. And my stuff, I don't know if you'd really call it dungeon synth, but it's in the same vein. Mm-hmm. And so I've been listening to a ton of that. I do a weekly show where I play 2 to 3 hours of that music. And so I am listening to tons of this stuff, and I love it. And so really that's kind of the inspiration, is all those great things I'm hearing. And we even have people in our own spheres like Hallander. Hallander makes this wonderful kind of medieval sounding style music. It's so good, and there is so much of it. So definitely, having him in our circles, I chat with him sometimes, that he's a huge inspiration to what I'm doing. I love the stuff he does. Yeah, there's just so much that sets me off on that. And let's see, what else did you ask? I forget now.
How did you know when the album was finally finished? This was.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I knew that I wanted it around a half hour of music. This was the other Mossway albums are EPs, so they're 2 songs each, 2 or 3 songs. And so I wanted to try and do a full album of this. And once I got close, I knew, okay, this is my set list. Now I just need to go over these songs another couple of times, make sure any spots that are kind of dry, or there's not enough interesting things going on. I gotta try and work something new into that part, and finishing it up. And then, once I was able to listen to it all and I'm not hearing a bunch of boring, dry spots, it's all pretty good throughout, then I knew, okay, this is it. Like I'm gonna make an album cover now and try and release this thing. So yeah.
Well, that's stupendous. I find the entire process absolutely amazing. I mean, we have the great Luke Mason and so many other. I mean, Mama P is with us, and other great musicians are in the live chat right now. And a big hello to all and poets are in the live chat as well. I want to play more poetry on Going Free episodes as well, because we're the music, the poetry, the art, it is beyond important for our service to white well-being. You simply cannot recapture our destiny by talking endlessly about all the doom and documenting it and dissecting it. We have to make a people out of our deracinated race, and we do that by doing what we are doing here with a lexicon that is Baconian proven to work, and it continues to expand. In fact, we will have out very shortly the second iteration of the second edition, and it is much more. I'm very excited about it, folks, because Going Free has been a process. It's been the Baconian Aristotelian process. It's been pieced together of things that work, and the pieces that don't are discarded. And then as a consequence, though, it starts off as this very thin pamphlet that I originally made, and then it was just document after document. I added more, and all the way up to this point. And finally, the copy editors have said, why don't we just go ahead and make this into a single item? And so that's what's going to happen. It's going to be cleaned up, or we are cleaning it up, and it's a single item in iteration 2. And there are more elements in it, more power there to be infused in our people. And some of the most important of those people that will be infused with that power are our artists. Because when there's a glorious party going on and everybody there is happy and healthy and growing strong, and civilization is being built again, first, where it has to happen, in our hearts, and then in the world around us. When they see that party, and we have all of this different, we have prose, we have poetry, we have rock, we have country, we have synth, and etc. When we have all of this, we're going to be appealing to all of our different tastes out there. You cannot force people into a specific mold and then make them all obey that mold. You have to be able to be there for everyone, and that's what we're doing. And one of our best out there making that happen, and as agile as they can possibly be, is ForNull. Now, ForNull has worked on so many projects. The list is, when you're talking about anti-whites, you're talking about their arrest records. When you're talking about it being longer than your arm, when you're talking about our people, you're talking about like all of their contributions longer than my arm. And recently you worked on this Jared George's new song, What's in Us. And could you tell us a bit about your participation there?
Yeah, first of all, I do want to say I cannot wait for iteration 2 of Go Free. I know there's going to be lots of good stuff in that, so I am really looking forward to that. Do we know when that's going to be yet?
Yeah, just next few weeks at most.
Awesome. Yeah, I cannot wait. And I agree. We have so much great art coming out of our out of the white sympathetic and white positive sphere. There's just so much good stuff. And you've spoken about this before. It used to just be like punk rock and not a lot of other types of things. And now we just have this wealth of different types of music. We have poetry, we have filmmakers, we have, just so much great stuff. And that is so important to replace the poison that is any kind of mainstream entertainment. You can just count on it being garbage, and they might hook you in and trick you for an episode or two, and then they unleash the Antiwhiteism all over everything. And it's so great to have have an alternative to that, because we are faced with so much doom and gloom, and we need that rest away from it. We need inspiration in music and entertainment, and all these things are so important. And to have some that isn't poison, or just always focused on, we got to get these people who are getting us. And, it's just, there's so many other ways we can do it, and we are doing it now. And I love that. Working with Jared George has been a lot of fun. He came to me first off with just kind of a technical question, why is this sounding this way? When I do it this way, it sounds like this, when I do it this way, it doesn't sound as good. And so I worked with them on that. And then one thing kind of turned into another. And before I know it, I'm sort of consulting on some different audio engineering aspects of the song. And then, at one point he's like, okay, I'm definitely giving you co-producer credits on this. And he really started leaning into my knowledge of the production side of things. And we were, near the end there every day, all throughout the day, trading files back and forth. And how's this, does the bass sound good now? And I'm giving him tips to things that I've learned about the processes that he is not yet doing as much. As far as music writing and recording, he is super great at that, and his songs are so catchy. I love his music. It's so good. And that also makes it super fun to work with someone who is actually making good music. Right. I can't imagine being a producer and you're just going, oh my God, this is terrible. Like, how are we going to make this good? But that's not the case with Jared. And it was a lot of fun. And then, at the end, he's like, okay, I go, hey, let me master this. Let me master it, and we'll see what it's going to sound like when you send it to the guys. And the mastering is just the final touch. You've mixed it all down. It's just the stereo track, and it just needs that extra polish on it for the final EQ and different things. And so I said, let me try this out. And I did. And he goes, hey, that doesn't sound too bad. And I go, well, let's do this. When you send it to your other guy, you send it to me too, and we'll compare, and I can maybe learn some stuff from what they're doing. And you might like some of the things I'm doing with it. And so we did that. And along the way, I would just keep mastering what he had. And at the very end there, we were fixing things so that when the whole thing was mastered, it was like fine tuned and ready to go. So it ended up, I just mastered the song for him. And yeah, it was super fun. I think we're going to collaborate on a song here. We have a little starter song, and I just have to figure out what I'm going to do with it. But yeah.
Wow.
Working with him more.
Please finish that sentence.
We'll be working together more, I think, if not me, helping him master stuff or mix stuff, trying to create some music together, something I expect we'll be doing more together.
Oh my gosh. What a fascinating insight into the process. And you can see, ladies and gentlemen, this is not something that just simply happens and simply comes together, but it's doable. I would suggest for those out there who are thinking about doing something in service to white well-being, get started doing something that you're already comfortable with, something that you already know and understand. And then once you get that underway, you can begin working on bigger projects, whatever it might be, in whatever field of, you might be like Nellis and a great poet, or, you might be a great everything like ForNull. You might be great at whatever it is. Pick that up, do that, and then you can begin to explore other avenues while still doing what you're doing. in service to white well-being, and thereby having victories. And this is one of the things that I have always endeavored to engender in our sphere, making it as white positive as possible, is that there is nobody on a rostrum that everyone else celebrates. We are all shoulder to shoulder. And when somebody does something fantastic, we should all always celebrate the hell out of it. That is what we should be about. That is how we should treat each other. There's no hidden motive. There's no, and when if people get outed all the time, that's why they end up leaving this community, because they discovered that, well, they're actually just there for self-aggrandizement or whatever it might be. But this is real. This is about making a real change in the world. And I tell you what, we are making that change. And you just got to hear, I just got to hear, I was literally sitting on the edge of my seat as ForNull was talking about going back and forth with Jared George. And I'm wondering, okay, how did this process not go down in flames? How did it not, how did it end up in something that's so catchy? I absolutely agree with ForNull. Everything Jared George puts together is as catchy as it can be. And that is a power to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
It is. No, that's a talent. Not everyone has that. I wonder, he could probably have, not to cheapen it, but he probably could have been a great jingle writer. It's like
there's nothing cheap. I mean, that's all of us. I mean, let's be realistic. And we often mention it about the great Luke Mason as imminent reign, that if the world wasn't anti-white, there would be no question, and we all know he would be on stages in front of tens and tens and tens of thousands of people rocking out. And if the world wasn't so anti-white, ForNull here would easily be a millionaire with all of his talents. He would be. How many times has ForNull not been hired or not have been overlooked, or because he's another white guy, and they're not going to have any more white guys. They're just looking for non-white people. And Jared George, who knows? I mean, you write. Let me tell you, you write jingles and you end up making several $1 million off writing jingles. I think everybody would be happy with that. But he's another one, that would very easily be able to be on the radio and would be lauded by our people if the world wasn't so anti-white. Every single white man listening knows exactly. We've all suffered it. We have all suffered the persecution and discrimination based on our biosphere, the fact that we're white males. And the reality is that we have no power. It doesn't matter how good you do in the anti-white world. You can still be, if a white man, legally discriminated against, and socially it is celebrated when we are discriminated against. So the fact that any of these men are able to pull themselves up is truly amazing. It's truly worth celebration. And the fact that they do pull themselves up is inspiration to our men of all ages, but particularly to our young men and our boys who look at people like ForNull, Jared George, Luke Mason, and they say, wow, if they can pull themselves up, even against all of those odds, if they can still be glorious, even against all of those odds, well, I can too. And they will then enter the fray and do wonderful things. And that is exactly how we want them to feel and be. Now, we are sharing, the great Brand Danger has shared the Bandcamp, mossway.bandcamp.com/album, / and then I can't see the rest of it. Maybe I can pull it open. It might be really.
If they go to mossway.bandcamp.com, it will be right there.
There you go.
Page, so, and
mossway.bandcamp.com.
Mossway, MOSSWAY. And I see here Roy Danton wrote, yes, brother, I've just purchased your magnificent music. So thank you, Roy. That's awesome. And he posted like 50 eagles, bald eagles. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think he said he bought all four of
nice
magnificent albums he wrote. So thank you so big. Let's get a big round of Raucous emojis for Roy Danton stepping up and celebrating and thanking ForNull for his time, talent, and effort in service to white well-being. That's exactly what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's who we have to be. That's the kind of character we have to have. Thank you so much. I see Elaine is with us. She's trying to celebrate, but she's out somewhere where she's having some terrible reception, but she's catching stuff. There's another magnificent musician. Olivia Key is with us. So great to see you.
She is awesome.
Dear sister. Yeah, she absolutely is. And we're looking forward to a lot more fantastic music from that wonderful lady moving forward. All
Her
right.
stuff,
So,
I mean, it sounds like something that would come out of a huge multi-million-dollar studio. It is
yes.
so pro sounding. I'm blown away every time she puts something out.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. And in fact, you are reading my mind, because I was just going to ask you about any of your colleagues and contemporaries who you have worked with or you'd like to work with that recently. So I'm not putting you on the spot for name everybody you like, but recently people who have you've seen or come to mind, or maybe the people you've seen in the live chat just today that you would like to say anything about the work that they are doing in service to white well-being with their fantastic art.
Sure. Well, Nollis, of course. I always call him my Null brother because we both have Null in our name.
Oh, cool.
But he does really beautiful poetry and moving poetry, and I love his readings. He has a good voice, so yeah, he's great. Of course, Olivia Key is awesome. Luke Mason, Imminent Rain, is, I love Imminent Rain's music. And let's see. So Harith recently came out with an album not too long ago, and that was amazing. She just does all this cool stuff with her backing vocals and the way she uses her guitar, and she uses these little bones and clicks them together, and yeah, her whole sound is really awesome. I love that. There's so many good artists. I can't remember them all, but we have so many good artists every week on WAC, on the White Art Collective, Saturday Night Live. They have that show, and there's always new material. I mean, it's just coming in constant, and I can't keep up with it all. Another guy who's really prolific, comes out with a lot of good music, is Brian Sonneman. I think he has a pro studio or something, because he's able to pull off some really nice, like, live recordings. It sounds like real drums and everything. Mamas and the Pepes, they have tons of catchy songs. I love, even though the name of it's kind of maybe not as Promethean as we shoot for, but I love Intergalactic Fascist. That's such a catchy song. And Eat the Bugs, and I don't know, they have
Eat the Bugs. Yeah,
we'll sometimes sing those around the house, just laughing about it. But there's so many, and Hallander, I already talked about Hallander. I wish I had prepared for that, because there's so many good ones, and they're just kind of on the spot. I'm not able to recall it. Jack White will just record something on his cell phone, just sitting there with his banjo playing, and it sounds so amazing. This guy's voice is so good. I think he could cover anything, and it's just going to have so much soul and like grit. And I don't know. I love all the stuff he does. He's really good. Very soulful sound.
Well, that's fantastic. Yeah, and I know there are so many out there just doing fantastic work. That's what we are producing, and very prolific, very fecund. This hasn't happened before. We're the ones doing it. We are the ones on the cutting edge, and we don't mind pointing that out, because we want more folks to join us. And as more folks, and we continue producing more, the population will begin to join us, and that's where the big change happens. The final thing, you're moving in the direction already of final thing I wanted to ask you, brother, and that is, what else are you doing, and where can folks find you?
Okay. Well, I have 2 weekly shows now. I do not Enter the Dragonsynth Adventures. That's every Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That's on my DLive, dlive.tv/ForNull. I do another stream on Saturdays. I've been playing metal, and it's not, necessarily white positive. It's just a mix of metal. That's on my Saturday show, and that's at different times. That's called Null Land. And so I do those. I'm constantly working on upgrading those. During Null Land, I want to make a talk show, but I don't want to be just on the spot for an hour of talking every week or something. I can't do what you do. It's amazing. You have so much stuff in your head. You just put a microphone in front of you and you can just start going, and it's awesome. It's a gift. I can't do that, but occasionally I do. I feel that something well up, and so during my show, I will just start talking over the music, turn it down if someone has said something in chat, and I'll go, oh yeah, and then I can go for a little bit, 10 minutes on it or 15 minutes. And so I think if I ever do a talk show, it's just going to be worked into the stuff I already do, because I do that anyways. I'll talk about White Wellbeing. I'll talk about the Lexicon. For a while I was heavy pushing on playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. That was really a focus of mine for a while, because I know I kind of fell into that trap. Mm-hmm. And there's so many traps. There's so many psychological traps that play on our desire to fight back, our desire to see justice done. We have so many great traits that are our natural instincts, and whoever over time, whoever invented the anti-white narrative, man, they knew just right how to lay all the traps in all the places and just have that pure desire to do something good just redirected right back to hurt us if we fall for it. So I talk about those things all the time in my show, and and I think it helps because people will write me. People have written me multiple times to say that, they love my show. That one lady wrote Fraulein Dresden. I guess she was having some issues with her health. I won't talk too much longer, but it was a kind of a nice testimonial. And she was not being able to sleep very well, and she was in the hospital. And she wrote to me, Heidi Van Buskirk. She told Fraulein Dresden, hey, go check out this show. He's playing this really beautiful music. And so she did. And I knew she was there. Heidi told me. So I, made sure to play even more really calming, peaceful, and beautiful European sounding music, Western kinds music. And she wrote me and said, I listened to your show over and over again, in a loop all night, and I finally fell asleep, and I got my first full night's sleep in 5 or 6 days. And so thank you so much. And, having things like that told to me by a listener, that is just the most gratifying thing. It's just so awesome to be a part of that, to be able to help someone that way. It feels great. So yeah. Anyways,
it really does. And
I'm sure you hear it all the time.
Well, I mean, your testimonial right there about talking about falling into the trap, and we can see a window into your heart and the kind of man you actually are by your response there to Fraulein. And that certainly is not the kind of heart that the villain in the anti-white narrative has. And you were, the fact that they could ensnare you, they've ensnared so many good men of the West with this focus on other groups of mankind and hating on them and wanting to appear to be something other than you actually are in your heart. It was obviously a big conflict in your soul, and it is a conflict for so many people. In fact, we talk about that some in iteration 2. It is a conflict for so many people. They feel repentant for behaving that way, even as they behave that way. They feel like it's incongruous with their nature, because it is incongruous with their nature. But when you come home, when you come to something, when you come to going free, something that harmonizes with who you are, you can then really be and produce what you are, and you can everything about you will be better. I mean, look at, for a great example, and then we'll let you go, brother. But do share all of your links in the. You have a wrench, right?
I do. Yes.
Okay. Do share all of your links, please. But a great example of that you'll feel better and be better by going free is Slots. And his testimonial a couple of weeks back now or so, where he said, for the past year and a half, I've had 3 promotions. And the other thing that happened a year and a half ago was I started going free. So that's at work. That has nothing to do with directly with serving White Wellbeing, but indirectly it does, because Slots is becoming a better Slots. And he's going to have more money to do the things he wants to do. And maybe that means starting a family, making a bigger family, helping out other families, service to White Wellbeing by promulgating the message that has improved him. So many different things we can do. People with good hearts and a great moral compass for White Wellbeing cannot go wrong. That's one of the keys that makes going free so powerful. You don't need the content creator or organizational leader sitting on your shoulder telling you what to say or do next, which ultimately is just to make the content creator or organizational leader look great. We're here to save our people and to turn the ship around before it goes down. And you are one of those magnificent men who are grabbing hold of the helm and trying to wrench it away from the anti-whites and to steer it into calmer waters where Western kind can have peace, safetiness, and happy by restoring the physical, mental, and spiritual harmony. And we thank you dearly, brother. We love you. And I will have you back on any time you want. Any final thoughts before I let you go?
No, I was thinking while you were talking about recapturing our destiny, and really us, it's not just for our people. When you do go free of the anti-white narrative, you are recapturing your own personal destiny, what the best you can be is. And it's very liberating, and not in a liberal way, but no, but it's, it's a personal thing too. Of course we're looking at this huge goal. Like we have, we want to see the Western sunrise. We want to recapture our destiny, be back in control of our own people's direction, wherever we're going. But yeah, it's also, we are all having to save ourselves and then use our lives for that. But you can't help it if you're lost in the anti-white narrative. So I was just thinking sort of about that when you were talking. But final thoughts, I guess that's it. And thank you so much for having me on. I love the community. I've met so many great people in the live chat in the Go Free community. I'm so thankful to you, Jason. Your work is so important, and you are just, you're awesome. You're one of my heroes. So I appreciate everything you do, and I'm sure all the people in chat do too. And I love all of them and you too. So thank you for having me on.
Thank you so much for that, brother. Anytime, we'll have you on any time. We'll be right back, folks. Right. Mama P, keep an ear out. Those bugs are out there.
Welcome to the occupation. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Ritual humiliation. Numb it up with drugs. Take the drugs. Till you get the hang of the new rules. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Welcome to the new inversion. Your culture's obsolete. Obsolete. Addicted to a new perversion. You are what you eat. What you eat. Soon you'll get the hang of the new rules. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. 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 Time to eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Welcome to the occupation. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Mandatory chemical castration. In the name of love. Name of love. Soon you'll get the hang of the new rules. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. 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 Time to eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. Time to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Eating the bugs here on Going Free with the great Mama P. That was great, wasn't it? That's and the great ForNull. What a champion he is. Thank you so very much for those kind words. And I noticed that the magnificent man himself, Eminent Rain, was in the live chat. Great to see you, brother. So is Hearth of Europe and Lunder down under. Great to see you. Franklin, Artificer. Wonderful to see you. Blue Collar Hero is with us. Wonderful to see you. Remember, folks, this community is only going to grow by your efforts. One of those great champions, Biospirit of the West, is with us. Great to see you, dear brother, a true hero and champion in service to white well-being. A big salute to you. So we have to make sure that in our circles of influence, we use the lexicon and dialectics and then introduce people where we can to this service to white well-being, to going free. This is going to be the only way it's going to grow. YouTube is not going to, in fact, they're going to undercount those who are watching live. It could be as bad as 5 to 1. It could be as bad as 3 to 1. Who knows? But they have every motivation, anti-whites, to understate how many watch, how many are live, how many watch once the video is processed and posted. So we are going to have to be the people who get out there and make it happen. Maybe that's what you do. Maybe for the first couple of years in your service to white well-being, you dedicate yourself to sharing links everywhere, to lauding what we are doing here, lauding the kind of genuine and honest, ordinary, red-blooded heroes, law-abiding, country-loving heroes that we are in service to white well-being. And you share all of that information so we can bring folks over. You dispel the lies that are made about us by those in the white sympathetic sphere who are most jealous, and those who are endeavoring to serve other objectives, other goals than just the recapture of our destiny. Odin Sire is with us. So's Misty. Hello, sweet lady. And Bertie Bassett. Let's see who has financially gifted so far. And we have over here on Cash App, the great, the one and only, the ever loyal and faithful Quebec, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much, dear brother, a real champion. And I can say all the exact same things about our next financial gifter. And that is I Love Jesus Christ, a $10 financial gift as well. Thank you so much, sister. And she writes here, for White Wellbeing. God bless you both. I really deeply appreciate that. We will allow that to refresh. I will swivel around this direction. You can't see where I'm swiveling today, but you know approximately. We have Tristan financially gifting $5 hopping dollars from Australia. Thank you so very much. And writing here, hey Jason, I normally listen to your videos when I'm at the gym. I normally don't watch your live content, but I'm glad I left the Nat Sock movement. I don't understand why Nat Socks don't like you, and I guess I never will. Let me read that testimonial one more time. This is from one of our champions in Australia, financially gifting $5 hopping dollars or koala dollars. And thank you so very much for that. I haven't had koala dollars for a while, and I appreciate it. But right here, Tristan writes, and this is very important. This is a magnificent testimonial because these are real. These testimonials are real, as opposed to the ones that are made. Like there's one specific individual who claims that he does this in order to try to drive people off. It says was a supporter of going free, and then gives no reason for why not being a supporter of going free. People, of course, are free to do whatever they like, and they are free to not practice the practice of going free of the anti-white narrative. But what we have in going free are seemingly endless, in every single one of them, of infinite value. Testimonials from people. Tristan is the example right now. Wonderful human being writing here. Hey, Jason, I normally listen to your videos while I'm at the gym. I normally don't watch your live content, but I'm glad I left NatSoc, the NatSoc movement. So antique nationalists. I don't understand why NatSocs don't like you, and I guess I never will. Bottom line is that I tell people not to be a villain in the anti-white narrative. And that's one of the reasons why you obviously came away. That's why the great ForNull came away. People of talent, people who want to do something with their lives, and they want to live and have families and go to dinner with their wives or husbands and raise beautiful children and rear a family in service to white well-being, inoculated against this disease that has been destroying our civilization all around the world, and leave a grand legacy behind rather than a trail of tears and the consequences of behaving like a villain in the anti-white narrative. So thank you so very much for sharing that. And thank you so much for having the good character to come away from something that was obviously incongruous with who and what you are as a human being. We have Ron over here financially gifting $25. So let's get those raucous emojis going. Ladies and gentlemen, Ron, $25 financial gift. He writes, "Noble brother, I've been meaning to tell you, I think you have such high caliber callers and guests." Thank you so much for that, Ron. That's very kind of you. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. He writes further, "Jared George, Mr. V, and Balfour, for example, speak so well, so moderately. Yiz and Carlyle were on the other week, and I could listen to them both speak their minds for hours. Such joyful, bright, and melodic voices on those ladies." Brother Ron, I could not agree more. Absolutely beautifully written, magnificently done, brother. Magnificently done. We have such champions. You know what? You're one of them. That's exactly what I was talking about, how we have to be toward each other. We have to celebrate each other for stepping up and doing the right thing. There isn't a leader or leaders that are going to stand up at the front and everybody is going to applaud, and then you're going to give weird waves to or anything. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. Everybody is we are like the Spartans at Thermopylae, and they were beautiful. They were heroic. They were courageous. We are standing shoulder to shoulder, and that is how this is going to be from here moving forward. We will be the ones who succeed. Thank you so very much, Ron. Over in the question widget, we have Live Comedies, and he says here, "I sent you lyrics for First Last on Telegram and email." Brother, I already wrote a note as soon as I saw that. And as soon as we're done here today, I'm going to send those lyrics over to the great First Last, who is working on a new anthem for us, ladies and gentlemen. Live Comedies might end up being the one who provides the lyrics for that. Remember, as I submit your lyrics to First Last, your lyrics might be magnificent. They might even be better for the anthem than the ones First Last chooses, because First Last, like the rest of us, is a human being and fallible. So there is nothing to be ashamed of or upset about if your lyrics are not the ones that end up being chosen. They might be even better lyrics, but just not for that particular piece. So remember that when you submit lyrics that end up going over to First Last, and then whether he chooses them or not is not an estimate of value on those lyrics. It's just whether or not they are the ones that are perfect for that piece, as far as First Last at that moment in his life and at that time is able to discern. So thank you so much for that, Live Comedies. A great champion, as you all know, magnificent musician himself, and has written many lovely pieces, specifically original pieces, classical piano for Prometheus Rising, and that's getting bigger and bigger, because once we're done, once this second iteration hits and it is available to you all, I will then begin recording the audio version of the book of Prometheus Rising, which I hope will help more people, more of our people than I will ever be able to count. And I will be able to happily go to my grave after that. Now, get out your raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen, because you're going to need them. You are going to need your raucous emojis. A wonderful lady who has seen the effects of going free, especially relative to the other endeavors that are out there, has financially gifted, her name is Helen, has financially gifted $2,000 to White Wellbeing. We love you, dear. Thank you so much for caring so much for our people that you have decided to financially give $2,000. This is how Helen could participate in service to white well-being. Let her hear it to the skies and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, Helen, $2,000 financial gift. God bless you. God bless you. Promethean hails to you. Promethean greetings to you, dear woman. Helen, $2,000 in service to white well-being. That is a glorious thing, and we do so appreciate everyone out there is in smiles and tears for your effort to bring goodwill, good hope, and a answer to this anti-white plague that is drowning us in its mire of meme pathogens and other thought diseases of anti-whiteism. God bless you, Helen, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for showing her all of the love you can. A financial gift, one more time, $2,000. Bless you, sister. All right, folks. I'm going to jump over to an announcement and some announcements. I'm going to take a look also at what you might be writing or asking today. And if Baldor is with us, please hit me up on Skype so that I know, and we can take your call and do the next 3 words before you fall asleep. He always goes, his employer has called me and said, boys, Baldor is always sleepy on Mondays. Do you know what's going on? No, I do not. I absolutely do not know. But I would suggest that you give him Monday mornings off. That's what I think should happen. Let me take a look at what you all are writing, and I'm going to jump over first to D Live, and I'm going to ask while I do this and see if anybody is asking any questions. How can I advance white well-being in my family? I've got a sister. I've got a cousin. I had an argument at a Foot Locker. What should I have said? What could I have said? Didn't go so well. I decided to walk around like waterfowl when I left the Foot Locker, and everybody laughed at me and they said I was evil. What should I have done? If you have any kind of questions, please make sure to ask them. Any statements, let us know. Any testimonials, remember that you have the question widget. It won't scroll away if you write them over in the question widget over on Entropy. Tall Kevin widget, affectionately known. Let's see. What is this? Is this Canute? Jason already knew all the good words, but was not satisfied, so he created the Go Free Lexicon. Yeah, I mean, everything that was out there just quite simply didn't work. Ultimately, what happened, and this is what I tried to argue, and I guess I continue arguing, was that people are just being shuffled around by white sympathetic content create for the most part. In fact, almost entirely. In the white sympathetic sphere, content creators, organizational leaders, people are, they don't see the material. This is by far and large, and then say, yeah, I'm going to change my mind completely now, and I'm going to be white sympathetic. The vast majority of you who are listening now can attest to that. I've heard more testimonials of how people have come to white sympathies over the years than you can throw a stick at, as we say down home, or maybe all over America, maybe all over the West, I don't know. But it's almost never that I hear that somebody was empowered by something they just heard in conversation and then found out that the person who empowered them also knew more ideas and concepts that could empower them, and then they go back. I've never heard that, actually. Most of the time what happens is people of their own volition begin to, they become concerned, and they see things going bad in the world, and then they go looking, and then they end up coming to this content creator or organizer or whatever it might be. And then they get inducted into doom documenting, doom dissecting, and then they have to wade through that mire. Very often they sink to their demise, they sink to their imprisonment, whatever it might be. Very often they become depressed, and then they cycle out of the white sympathetic sphere for a time, maybe forever. And but while in there, while in that swamp, they get shuffled around. So maybe when they first started looking of their own volition, not something that they heard from somewhere and thought, well, I'm really going to change my mind about this. They're in, and it's person A, that content creator they started listening to, and then they end up hearing about person B from somewhere, and then they just migrate over to person B. So over the years, I've said, look, we're not bringing new people in. People are, by their own volition, deciding something's really wrong. I'm going to go looking. And then by chance, it's aleatory. They end up finding content creator A, and then they get on board there. And then 6 months later, whatever it might be, they just get shuffled over to another content creator, and then shuffled again and shuffled again. And so I said, by the mere fact that people are shuffled around like cards, it's telling you that they're not finding what they need. They're not finding what empowers them. They're not finding what enables them to be healthier, stronger, better versions of themselves. They're not finding what enables them to beat the anti-whites in conversation. They're not finding what enables them to change the minds of those in their family. In fact, they make their family hate them, don't they? They make their relatives, their neighbors hate them. The distant relatives and their neighbors hate them. So we needed, what I would argue, something that would empower our people just by hearing it, just by seeing it on a sign. They never come to us, but they become empowered. And by becoming empowered for white well-being, they empower us as a people, and therefore all the work that we're doing. Doesn't that make sense, folks? Wonder why nobody ever listened to me. And then I said, beyond that, we need to be able to reach people who don't agree with us. They hear the going free message and they say, well, you know what? I'm changing my mind based on what I just heard, based on this community, rather than I'm changing my mind because everywhere I'm looking, everything is bad. And so now let me go looking for something to join. So that has not been happening. These people there are a lot of wonderful people, and they get lauded as, well, this person was the person who changed my mind. And I would say, okay, well, how did you first come to this person? Well, my thus and such, the whole town was going really bad, and there was nothing but corruption at the police department and in government. And then they would go down this long line, and then sometimes it would be like, well, then the brother-in-law was pistol whipped by this group of people who wouldn't even be in the town if it weren't for this. And then finally I said, you know what, enough is enough. And then I started searching. And then as I was searching, I finally came upon content producer A. And so internally I would say, okay, so in other words, content producer A had nothing to do with it. It could have been content producer B that you ended up finding first. And then you were shuffled over to A and then shuffled over to C as the years went by. We needed something that would change minds. And we have something that changes minds. We have something that empowers people just by hearing it, and they never need to come to going free. That is what we're going to stick with. So thank you very much for that. Let's see, who else? Who's over there? Boomer Tech, great to see you. Timmy is over there. Hello to Timmy. I see a bunch of cat, little cat emoji or GIF things. What's the deal with the cat? The cat's chasing. I don't know what it's a hat. Somebody strapped a little Christmas elf hat to a cat, and it's going berserk trying to get at it. Wonderful things that people do to cat. Never mistreat a cat. Let's see. I see the gifs of people dancing. What are they called over there on D Live? Are they called gifs, or are they called something else? And Patrick of Southtown is over there. Hello. Is that Holger? Hello to you and welcome. Summer Lee is over there. Hello to you and welcome. Thank you for being with us, dear sister. So is Go Free by Jason Köhne. Thank you so much. That's a great name to have on D Live. I appreciate it. Hey, who's putting up the ladies in the? Who is that? Who's Boomer Tech? Who is the lady? Is she in a bathing suit, or is that a life preserver? All right. Who else do we have over there? Internet Explorer. Alfie is over there now. She went from YouTube over there. Space Hopper. Hello to you. More cats. What was with did I say something about cats, or did somebody say a cat driving a car? A cat throwing punches. Why not? A cat dancing. We're doing like a little prayer. Oh, that's cute. The little kitten is doing the little prayer. And then they got a dizzy cat. Is somebody spinning the cat? Is that like spinning the bottle? Whoa, it doesn't end good. You spin the cat, and then whoever it lands on gets clawed to death. That's how that works. Spin the cat. Don't actually spin any cat. Unless they tell you they want to be spun. And as far as I haven't met any talking ones yet. So, well, I guess that's not true. I guess some ladies wear cat costumes, don't they? Tall Kevin is here in the question widget. The Tall Kevin widget, folks. And he's financially gifting $7. Thank you, dear brother. He says, I'm a big follower of a comedian. And the comedian's name is Sam Hyde. And I know a few people in his circles. And he recently started using the term anti-white on his videos, on his paywall videos. Wow. That is fantastic. This is exactly what I was just talking about. Word is spreading, continues Kevin. By the way, has Andrew Torba reached out to you about being on a TAP episode? He hasn't. He hasn't, but is he appearing? Is he appearing with anybody now? You don't have to financially gift again. Just write in your question widget, brother. Thank you so much for sharing that. Sam Hyde now using anti-white. And folks, you can pat yourself on the back. It's our efforts that are causing this to happen. And you know what? You can rest assured that those who play the villain in the anti-white narrative and who are otherwise jealous of our success rather than delighted by our success, they're going to claim what? Oh, you didn't do anything. It's always been this way. They were always using it. Whatever. It's all on audio. You're just so lame. You're so lame when you try to burn somebody's efforts down. You just show what a sad person you are. What a sad example of a human being you are. Excuse for a human being. Let's give two great big attaboys to No White Guilt Clips and HB 2014. If you aren't making clips out there, you sure as heck can share them. And there's no reason not to. Both of these gentlemen are making clips. No White Guilt Clips, I think is what it's called on YouTube, right? And or what platform? And of course, HB 2014 has made over 1,000 clips just of me. That's not including everybody else. How many have you shared? That has to be something that should be like an open wound that salt is poured into by you. If you know that somebody has made 1,000 clips of a lexicon that works, and somebody, in this case me personally, sharing it, and you have shared 15 times, 5 times, no times, yeah, that should hurt. You really need to get active. You really need to start doing, you should really be upset with yourself that if somebody has done this kind of work and you have not contributed at least a modicum to magnify that great work, then get started. And we have so many who are making clips and so many who are doing great work that if you're not doing it, you're not making it, you need to be spreading it, promulgate like crazy. So a big thank you to No White Guilt Clips and HB 2014 and everyone who is doing wonderful things. Let's jump over. The community share of a content producer today is, in fact, and this was just because God favors us. I didn't plan this. This is just because obviously God is on our side. The content creator that I wanted to share today is HB 2014. Just by chance, just by coincidence, on Twitter let's see, what is it on Twitter? Is it _HB 2014? _HB 2014. Follow him on Twitter and then regularly check on his, because you know they are muting the tweets. You know that they're muting the things that he's doing. It's nothing but a shadow ban. You'll have to check him out. There is a giant thread. Go up through the thread. Retweet 25 of his videos that he's made. When he makes clips and when like No White Guilt clips made this recent clip. It wasn't just a let's just take a segment out of Jason's video and then I'm just going to post it somewhere. No, they make me sound better. They make me look better. Thank God they do. And no White Guilt clips. He was putting a screen up in the background and made it look like I was clicking on the screen, and it was for everybody to read because it was the story I was addressing. Come on, how could you not laud these guys and help to spread their effort? They sat down. It's the work they're doing. Come on, let's really spread this. These people are those who want to disparage. They want to talk about while they endlessly laud some content creator and say what a genius he is or how prolific he is or how much good he's supposedly doing or whatever it is. They then say, that's all Jason wants, when all you can hear all day long on these streams is the exact opposite, the actual culture that we're creating here. So let's make the world know how much we care about these folks. _HB 2014. Looks like Tall Kevin got in here and said, no, just curious after Torba seen that NWG sticker. Yes, and then he had several gabs he made on his platform there. And we're so very grateful for him and the free speech that he's supporting and the fact that he shared that and several gabs promoting the loving work that we are doing in service to white well-being. I have no doubt that if you were able to sit down with Torba and ask him about going free, that he would absolutely endorse, because it's all about love and it invites everyone of every immutable characteristic to participate, to put an end to anti-whiteism. It's the only way we're going to save Western civilization. Who honest and moral and just could be against that? No one. Absolutely no one. The sad reality is that you could go to a church today, and whether it be Mormon or Protestant or Catholic or whatever, the sad reality is you can go to just about all of them. I know there are going to be exceptions to the rule. And you say, hey, what I just said, and they're going to say, there's the door. So obviously God sides with us. I mean, I'm just going to keep saying that from now on. Obviously God is on our side. Because things just keep getting better. The best people keep coming. Oh, this is the thing I wanted to say about ForNull and so many of the other folks. And I'm going to swivel back to my right and see what you all are saying over there, questions or comments, and we're going to keep rolling. It's 7:31 p.m. Eastern Time in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. What I wanted to say about ForNull and all of you, is that when you come to the service of white well-being, I feel like I have found diamonds. That's how this works. I will tell you, and I'm not going to give out any names of people, but I have known and been in private conversation with the leaders and thinkers of many different endeavors over the years, trying to persuade them maybe to behave a little different, be a little different than they are, and observed how they felt and behaved when new people came to what they were endeavoring to do or claimed was good for our people or what have you. And to them, it was like Freddy Krueger eating souls. To them, it was just like another soul they got to add to their belly. And I couldn't believe it. To me, I feel with a childlike wonderment that I have come upon a scintillating diamond. That's how I feel. Every single one of you that shows. And how could I not? How could we not be this way and continue to find more diamonds? You couldn't. You just can't be different. You cannot be different than that. So every single one. When I found Jared George, it was a diamond in the midst of all the gravel. And I don't mean an uncut diamond, an unpolished diamond. I mean like a finished diamond. Imagine how I felt when ForNull. Imagine how I felt when a diamond called Groundhog Fury found me and reached out to me. I mean, this has been, and it will continue to be, a work and an endeavor so glorious and so buoying that there is nothing that could ever be like it elsewhere on planet Earth. I don't know what the rest of the universe holds, but I think we have it cornered here on planet Earth. Let me swivel around and take a look at what we see here. We have Hearth of Europa saying good evening back to me. And Douglas, hello to you. Euphemia is still with us. Artificer says, super salute to you. Thank you so much, dear brother. Let's scroll through here and it's going to jump on me now. There we go. And it has leapt. Eternalism is with us. And we're going to be going to the call with Baldur in just a moment, folks, because he is very late where he is. Masumi Rabbit says, No White Guilt Clips Ultra hails to you, brother. Yes, big hails to No White Guilt Clips. Everybody, thank you for that. And hails to the great HB 2014. Groundhog Fury says, I recently came across some articles on a certain website that was banned in 2016. Said articles had the word anti-white and were published in 2013. Magnificent. Magnificent. Send them to me. I was so almost mystified down at Dixie Fest when people, I met people and they said, oh my gosh, you're Jason, you're No White Guilt? Yes. And then we would be talking and thank you so much for everything you do. And, I heard you speak here or there, or I saw a newsletter about you years ago and use anti-white and use anti-whiteism. And we would be talking, and then I would think that they knew about all of the work on the internet, and they would say, wait, you're on the internet too? Yeah. It's a big country. It's a big world. It's so easy to just like disappear out there. And I surprised myself, even though I so often tell this to people, that there can be efforts in the world for white well-being that, since there's just so many people and so many pockets, so many places, that we have no idea. And so you come across it and suddenly you are stunned. There's the great Sloths is with us, and the great Brad C., one of our greatest, or two of our greatest champions. And what else? Okay, the chat leapt on me, so I'm just jumping through here. And thank you to the moderators who are doing such a great job sharing links and getting rid of the refuse that wanders in through the door. Thank you all for the great applause. And I'm sure all of these were for Helen. She deserves it. She deserves it. Let's raise the roof on heaven. The irate Home Bum says, any musicians in chat who are writing No White Guilt music content just wrote a song idea, want to put it out there. So looking to maybe do some collabs. And remember, folks, if you don't know people and you're coming upon them for the first time, you have to do your due diligence. Don't just automatically hand out your social security number or a photo of your passport. We are hunted and hounded by the anti-whites everywhere we go. Tristan says, no problem, over here on YouTube. Hey, and if you all have anything you want to talk about before we roll out today, it's not actually a rollout, but before we wrap up the gathering today, let me know. Reach out. There's No White Clips. No White Guilt Clips is with us. He says, thank you for the plug. You are most welcome. If we have your link, let's get it up. Or maybe just tell folks, write out what it is without writing it as a URL so they can find you. That would be fantastic. I appreciate it, brother. I think that's, if you wrote me and I did not see, you said hello, whatever it is, in any of these chats, then it scrolled off. Please write it again, tag me, put it in the question widget. Oh, No White Guilt Clip says you are now live on Odysee. Am I really? It started working. Let's go over there and have a look. I guess it was then. If I'm up and rolling there, it looks like I am. Yes, indeed. Well, thank you for that. So I guess it was their issue and not a not a ban. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, DLive hit me quicker right away. DLive really hit me right away when we first started migrating over to that platform. So let's see, what do we have here? Hi, Jason. Do you hear that the Canadian government just had a summit on anti-Semitism? It's not scrolling the rest of the way down for some reason. Oh, here we go. And let's see. Okay, so where these particular folks could come out and talk about what they feel is their persecution, and they're looking for some, I guess, funding or something. I haven't heard about this, but I always am just reading CNN. So watching CNN, it's on. I have a television in every single room, and it plays CNN all day long. Next summit coming up. Oh, on another non-white group. And then I'm just trying to read the screen over there. Okay, yeah, for more, actions. These groups are calling for actions against white people who aren't anti-white enough. Yeah, which they will call things like a white supremacist or a Nazi. If you're not anti-white enough, then that is your de facto title inside of the anti-white narrative. People who are not so sharp would say, well, then you might as well adopt that title. No, dummy, no. That's not how it works. Stop being so dumb. Sloth says, Odysee added cash financial gifting by credit card now. I wonder if you are eligible. Well, thank you for that. I don't know. How do we find out? Maybe we'll find out during the stream. Is anybody able to? I mean, I haven't made any change. Surely I would think that I would have to, excuse me, add some sort of information for that to work, unless you're buying their just library tokens. So I'll take a look. And Sloths, if you find out if I have to add some sort of information to be able to receive those, then those financial gifts, then please let me know. El Rondor is over there with a library token. That's what they're called, right? Can we have a read on the article from the Mirror over PA, their meeting, and them trying to still ride I don't know what that is. That, I guess, ride the orchestrated penalty outrage England gate. They're trying to. Let me just pull it up and I'll see exactly what you're talking about. Was Mark trying to talk about this earlier? Okay. Oh, is it not going to let me watch or look at it? A group with, and then here you have the anti-white slur, neo-Nazi members held family summer camp before some abused footballers. Okay, whoever wrote that title, not the best at typing, but okay. So remember, neo-Nazi means you're white and not anti-white enough. I'll take a look at this maybe at the next break and then see, did this just happen, brother? Where is the date? Oh, it's recent, so it's 17th. All right, well, let me jump over here, though, and we are going to give a call to Baldur, and we are going to go over the next 3 words in the lexicon in Icelandic.
Hi.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm good. I could be better.
Uh-oh.
Pretty, yeah. It's regarding, the whole situation. Can't really say it. Ears against the door, but
with lockdowns.
Oh, that thing that crosses borders.
A cold or people, astronauts.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, cold. Okay. Well, yeah, that's obviously they must be taking steps in Iceland, and I know in different parts of the U.S. they are beginning to take steps again. The people in many, I don't know, maybe if it's most of the states in the U.S. Are so fed up the mere thought of having to return to the way things were, and you can see the immediate consternation and aggressive reaction, folks saying, no way, I'm not doing that again. So I think it's going to be tough in the United States. And if anywhere is able to hold out, then it makes it far easier for everyone to regain the freedoms that have been usurped in the name of anything.
Yes.
So hopefully we'll see. I do have your right there. And this is the updated one. Do I have the updated one up? I think it is the updated one.
Yeah, it is it.
Great. And folks, you see, that's Baldor, obviously, high IQ guy, immediately knows what can and cannot be said. And then he mentions the exact phrase that I use so that you know that the ear is against the door when it comes to certain things. And magnificently done, brother. See, that's how we're going to recapture our destiny. Quick-witted, agile folks who are the real heroes in a new technological age, this one we live in. And historians will write wonderful things about us, that I can promise you. Where are we on our list, good brother?
I think that we finished anti-white terror groups, so it's anti-white tribunals.
All right, let's do that.
Yes.
The anti-white tribunals.
Tribunals.
What does that sound like?
Andhvítir dómstólar.
I almost feel like I could almost say that, but I won't because I'll bite my tongue.
Try it, come on.
Well, the Domstolar.
Very good.
Oh, yeah, good. I got close on that one. Okay, so how did you come to that definition for tribunals?
Right. It's kind of a direct translation, although dómstóll, it's composed of dómur and stóll. Dómur is judgment and stóll is a chair or a seat. And that's also the etymology of tribunal.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's I think it's judgment seat, justice seat, or even judicial assembly. But so it is a direct translation. However, tribunal, I feel like it does not quite mean what dómstóll or dómstólar plural means in Icelandic. Dómstóll is, or dómstólar, it's always used as like a court, like a courts, judicial courts.
I see.
But tribunal can be more like, in your workplace, have these anti-white tribunals. I've had them at school. Freaking annoying. Yeah, I mean, it's, if I were to describe that, hey, this is like a andhvítir dómstóll. I don't know if people would go like, yeah, but a tribunal, it's such a perfect word. I have to admit that dómstóll is not maybe the most adequate or the most fitting word here, but at this point, I have to go with it. It's,
So when you're speaking with others, and if you use this phrase and they give you like a quizzical look, would it be possible to follow up with tribunal and they would get it then?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah, most Icelanders are pretty good at English, at least my generation,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, your generation's the future, so we don't have to. Those are the ones that are going to have to primarily be the ones that say enough is enough. Well, that's great. I mean, I think that that's the way. Continue to do like you're doing, like trying it out, and then see if somebody gives you a quizzical look, to throw in the English word tribunal and see if they instantly get it.
Yeah, I think I would throw in social lynching as well, kind of to just give more context, right?
Okay.
You could use those together. I think they're pretty powerful together, in my opinion.
All right, fantastic.
Don't you think so? Or?
Yes, they're exactly the same thing, because you're exactly
yes.
right, because they are that's what's happening. That's a real how can I say, psychological wound to inflict on a person, is to have them fear constantly or continually a social lynching. That's what we live through. That's what we live in. And it's so you're absolutely right. Yeah, to be able to throw that in the midst of talking about the tribunals, because that's what's happening there. Social lynching. The tribunals are just official, whereas you can be socially lynched, just like by your family. But like the tribunal would be taking place like at work or at school, or certainly the government, where there are now plenty of Western governments run by anti-whites. They have laws on the books. They persecute people. I mean, in Canada, it was all the way back in, I think it was maybe the late in the 90s or late 80s, where they ruled, maybe it was 90s, where they ruled that the truth is not a defense. So that is, you're just hurting some. If you've made an anti-white unhappy, then you are to be punished, and you're to be victimized. But so what's our next one on our list that we're going to be spreading?
That is black pilling stuff.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Okay, let's move on. Antiwhiteism.
Nice. So you've actually okay. Let me hear you how this sounds.
That's Antiwhiteism.
Antiwhiteism.
Higya. Yes.
Antiwhiteism. All right. That's fantastic. Well, how did you come to that? That's interesting.
So Higya is ism. The anti-whites have translated the anti-white slur R ending with ism as something with Higya in it.
Oh, really? So that just works perfectly.
And socialism is félagshyggja.
All right. That is fantastic. So that is the ideology. So in Iceland, you can spread this and use this, and it comes off easily, like people can hear it, and it makes, you have the anti-white, you have the Higya for ism. It just works.
I have used it, and people just,
Oh my God, that is,
damn it.
I love it. I love it. That is fantastic. Okay.
Yes.
That was nice and smooth. That one I like. And that's just so important that one work. Okay, next we have archetype alignment protocol.
Okay, fasten your seatbelts.
Okay.
Eðal ímyndar aðlögunar reglur.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to turn you up. So we're going to try this again. Everybody listen close. Put your ear up close to your speakers. Listen to Baldur saying this. This is the archetype alignment protocol. Go ahead, brother.
Eðal ímyndar aðlögunar reglur.
Wow. And are these this is one word?
Yeah. Yes. Icelandic and also German have these qualities that you can just merge words together, just kind of sew them together. It is a good quality, but also difficult for like new speakers. But I'm definitely aiming for just one word here.
It's fantastic. Yeah, for me, I mean, looking at this gigantic word, I'm impressed and intimidated by it. It's like, what in the world? That's big. But what's really nice about it is that, and you're right, I mean, to be able to stitch it together like this, it's made it into a single concept. like
Mhm.
whereas with 3 words you're explaining a concept, but here the word itself is the title for the concept. It is the concept. I love it.
Yes. Mhm.
So these are 3 different words that you're able to put together into one word. Is that
Kind of 4. So
okay?
archetype. I did not find it in a dictionary, but so I created edal ímynd. Edal is ideal, and ímynd is like can be a role model, or like a notion of a person, like ímynd. I had this word. The word escapes me. Sorry.
It's okay.
Role model. Like.
Is it a word that what represents like something seminal, something original, something neotness, something new?
No, I don't quite know what you're getting at.
Well, what about go on to the next, and then maybe this will come back to you. Yeah.
So I just created edal ímynd for archetype, and then alignment is af lögun. This is also composed of af and lögun. Lögun means to make something fit with something. So
okay, that's perfect. Yeah, that's good.
It's af is like two align, but alignment, then you just have to merge it together, af lögun for alignment. Okay, and then it's inflection, af lögunar, and then reglur for protocol. Now, protocol can, has you can use it in many contexts, but reglur is understood as rules, like guidelines, reglur, protocols, like how to. I mean, as I understand it, it's some rules, guidelines, protocols to align yourself with the archetype of Western kind.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So reglur is fitting. We don't really have a word for protocol itself.
No, I see. Okay.
So it just depends on the context.
Fabulous.
But reglur is it, definitely.
That is fantastic. I am so impressed with this word here. I have not seen its like before. That is fantastic. I'm going to get a bumper sticker with that on it. I am absolutely going to get a bumper sticker with. I'm going to make that available at the. Could you imagine the anti-whites going to nowhiteguiltcollectibles.com and seeing this on a bumper sticker? They would be certain it would mean something demonic.
Or maybe something in German. I don't know. I mean.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Anything in German just scares them.
Oh, it's true. It's true. Well, then they'll have to.
Icelandic can be the new German. I don't know.
That's right. Icelandic will be the new German. That's what I was going to say. It's the colder, whiter north will be the new black. That's fantastic. Well, brother, once again, you have just gone beyond all expectation. And I love these segments, having you on every week right before you go to bed, going over these things with everybody. And I've had folks write me, and they really find it an interesting segment, and they look forward to you showing up. So we're going to keep doing it.
Right. Thank you. I almost forgot. I have set up a public email.
Oh, that's right. You did.
translategofree@protonmail.com.
There you go, folks. translategofree@protonmail.com. That is where you can reach out to Baldur. Everybody who was also interested in helping him with that work on Afrikaans, and or if you are Icelandic or speak the language and you want to write him and laud him or whatever else you're thinking about doing, please, that's the place to reach out to him. That's the email. Translate Go Free at protonmail.com.
Yes.
Thanks so much, brother. And we will have you back next week. And we love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you.
All right. Promethean Hails. Good night, brother.
Promethean Hails, everyone. Good night.
That is wonderful. Well, we're going to be moving on to some more calls in just a little bit. But before we do, we're going to grab the mic and we're going to move back over here as we are a minute and a half from the final hour of the gathering tonight. I'm going to take a look over at Entropy, and we see TJ is there, financially gifting $20 US. God bless you and thank you for that. TJ, he writes here, greetings, white positive people all over the world. Well, a big greetings to you, TJ. Thank you so very much. And we love seeing you show up in service to white well-being. Every Sunday is a wonderful day, isn't it? Could you imagine? This is what we are doing is completely inconceivable in really any other scenario. We're not just like fans of, I don't know what sort of collecting sports cards who speak around the world, or who chefs who speak to each other around the world. And they build a little community because they all like to make fajitas, or I don't know. We have the pressure and weight and hate of the anti-white regimes all over the world, endeavoring to prevent us from coming together with all their strength, all their wealth, those with intelligence they're able to buy, all of the malevolent, demonic desire to prevent us from coming together, from spreading joy and love. And we are here nonetheless. We're making it happen. So this is a wonderful thing, and it always heartens me to see you all. $20 from TJ. Thank you, brother. Johnny Reb is with us. $3 financial gift. Thank you, Johnny. He writes here, Jared Taylor's most recent video on American Renaissance on the topic of slavery is superb. Click on videos. The title is Slavery, Original Sin. Jaw-dropping information that dispels white guilt. Thank you so much, Johnny Reb. I'll have to, if I get an opportunity, if I get some time to check that out. The most important thing when it comes to any of these claims about eradicating peoples or enslaving peoples, is that these things are used against us today to white guilt us. And they white guilt us to get us to lower our guard. And they get us to lower our guard in order to victimize us. They're just part of mispretexting. There'll be infinite number of arguments that anti-whites can make, pretexts that they can bring forward to legitimize the, quote unquote, legitimize the victimization of Western kind. So you stop them at the narrowest part of that conversation. And that is simply to point out that they make these arguments about exterminating people or about enslaving people, about white people specifically doing it because they want to white guilt you. And they white guilt you to get you to lower your guard, and they get you to lower your guard so that they can victimize you. If you just make that argument, you actually don't need to know any of the historical facts. Because remember, if you go to an anti-white with facts, he's just going to deny your facts and insert his own, and nothing changes. So remember that. So you're just making that argument in order to white guilt me because you want to victimize me because you're anti-white. You just want to blame me for that. You don't take any other race of people. If you wanted to follow up after that and say anything, folks, you just say you don't take any other race of people and talk endlessly about what their people did at some point in history, and then demand that they make amends for it. We're the only group that you do that to, and you do that because you're anti-white. Everything they could argue at that point is nullified. I've used it. I've used it on conservatives who call themselves, or anti-whites who call themselves conservatives, on anti-whites who call themselves communists, all the entire spectrum. Thank you very much, Johnny Reb. We'll be checking that out. No white No White Gill Clips also writes here, do you have any suggestions on how to show that the oligarchs are anti-white rather than strictly anti-working class? My relatives are stuck in the Tucker Carlson, it's about power mindset. Well, the easiest thing to say is that the anti-white oligarchs at the very top print the currency. They have all the power that one could possibly have. There's no more power to gain. They've got it all. Whoever controls the currency controls all the power because they control the force, they control the legislators, they control everything. So whoever's printing the money is the one who holds the power. But of course, I defer to CNN and make sure you hear from voices on all sides. But what I would do in your position, brother, and thank you very much for the question, is to turn the conversation over to how anti-white they are, that the outcomes are always anti-white. The outcomes are not working, is harm for the working class. Non-white people who are harmed in this system are collateral damage. There are endless, no repay loans. Makes no sense, but that's what it is. Grants that more than you could count or imagine across the West, and that are there to benefit, help, and support, and etc. for every other group but us. And of course, in the Western countries, those taxes are shouldered primarily by, of course, Western kind. So bring it back to who's being victimized. And that's how you know the mindset of those who are doing the victimizing. If they wanted to be, if those who are mortal gods, which is the anti-white oligarchs, if they wanted to harm the working class, it would just happen instantly. It's not about just harming the working class. They need functioning countries. Still, they can't have. If they could have absolute squalor and remain in the positions that they currently maintain, then they would have that. They simply can't have that. So all that matters now, and what's more important also, or what's more, I should say, is that it's totally irrelevant what their stratagems are, or what they might be thinking or might be doing. And Tucker Carlson might be trying to dive into something so stupid. It's totally irrelevant because we can't do anything about that. We can't read their minds and we can't stop them from doing what they want to do. All that matters is that we can look at the outcomes, what they work toward, which is anti-white, the outcomes that they celebrate, which are anti-white, and then you know what their motivations are. So try that out. Try that out on what did you say? Your relatives, I think you said. Try that out on them and come back to us and let us know what they say then. And if they say, well, I still don't think, and this is what you can do with folks who are being intransigent. If they say, well, I still don't think that I still think it's just about harming the working class, even though, I mean, harming the working class, what do you call the people that they are bringing into Western countries and enriching far beyond their status in their previous country? Is that not buoying the working class? Is that not building a working class? Is that not benefiting a working class? I mean, what do you call it when you take somebody who you're now going to enrich 500 times yearly what they made from where they came? I would say that's a big benefit as far as the working class goes, a particular working class. And there's another working class that seems to get the shaft. And what's the difference between those? But what I often will say is, even if they say, oh, well, I'm just going to be intransigent and I'm going to push back against you, then just say, okay, well, then let me ask you this. Are these anti-white outcomes bad? Do you object to them? Can we at least agree that the anti-white outcomes are objectable, that we should not have anti-white outcomes? And there they should agree, because if they don't agree, then you have a different issue, and we can talk about that. But and it's probably fear of standing up for white people. Then you know that the claim about, oh, it's just about anti-working class, is because they are afraid to say what they know it actually is. So they're trying to argue a position that includes white people being victimized. And conservatives do that all the time. Republicans do that all the time. So thanks so much. That was a great question. We will there's the donning armor is with us. Ursa Major, hello. The Bronx blogger, hello to you. If anybody disagrees with anything I am saying here today, you know where the nearest cliff is. I'm kidding. Speak up and we can talk about it. And Klomp is here. Hello to you. And let me refresh this screen over here. And Roy Danton has dexterously handled a ignorant comment of what is the point of this? Recapturing our destiny. Recapturing our destiny. That's the point. Okay, good. We're blank over there, so we haven't missed anybody. And let me see what's happening over here. What we'll do is we will go ahead and take a brief break, and then we will be right back. I'll read a couple. Oh, you know what I got there? No, I got the mail. We'll do the mail and just a couple more comments, and then we're going to roll into the calls as quickly as is humanly possible.
distractions divided into endless factions. Truth helps you come unite. Bring the sunrise to our fight. Erase the warning signs, and the tracks are covered now. Spin you around when lights go down. No patient witless, confused, you will know how. False light lead you astray.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And there was another great work by ForNull. I'm going to jump right into the mailbag. We have here a letter from Stephen, who writes, I've seen the children poisoned by anti-whiteism. It's a sad thing to see. Go free. With a financial gift of $10. Thank you so much, good brother. I deeply appreciate that. Always love opening the mailbox and seeing a message from you. And another one who I love getting a message from, Randy, financially gifted $10. Thank you so very much, dear brother. He said everything he had to say to the anti-whites for that $10, putting them in their place. We have a great message. We're going to take calls in just a moment. We have a great message from our dear friend and servant to White Wellbeing, John, has done so much in service to White Wellbeing. What a mighty champion he is. And he shared with me that he shared an article with me that was, let's see here, it was on the Independent. The headline is, Tucker Carlson calls for teachers to wear body cameras to prevent critical race theory teaching. Of course, that's just a subset of anti-whiteism. And on the side panel of the screen, where Tucker Carlson is talking about these anti-whites and giving them the names of their taking and their ideology, the name of their desire, the side panel actually says anti-white mania. Love it. We are winning indeed, John, and we're going to continue winning in a way that actually works. So God bless you and all of your service to White Wellbeing, and thank you for bringing my attention to that. That's very important. Let's see. Narsti writes here, I just used the term wrong think in a conversation. I was saying that social media censorship and, quote, fact check warnings are accusing me of, quote, wrong think when they put an editorial on my opinion. I didn't think about how claiming that wrong think is being used against myself could actually be seen as confessing to being wrong. I will never again use this term when speaking about myself. I am still reading Go Free. I feel like I should cancel all of my appointments and disconnect my internet until I have read it at least 3 times. It's that crucial to saving the West. God bless you, brother. That is fantastic. What a great testimonial there from Narsti. Yeah, using wrong think, that's something that they have given us to use, which of course makes anti-whites right thinkers or correct thinkers. Well done. Get out of their story and get into ours. That's what going free is, ladies and gentlemen. You're going free of the anti-white narrative. You're going free of the mean pathogens, their ideas that you are infected with. Lovely Porridge writing here, PF does marches to demonstrate that there are still some red-blooded patriotic men left in America who are willing to fight. It's a display of physical strength, but we're not in a physical battle. It never was a physical battle, and we have zero ability to use muscle to create change. They might expect to use the footage for recruitment, but the message will end up being, quote, join us and have your life destroyed overnight, close quote. They might expect that when things get bad enough, the public will flock to them. But all trends show the exact opposite. There's nothing wrong with a desire to have fit young men march with American flags in defiance of anti-white. But have they done a cost-benefit analysis? Anti-whiteism isn't a conventional beast which fights head-on with nobility. It uses mean pathogens, not brute strength, and it has destroyed nationalism for decades. Stop using the same failed tactics. Our most brilliant, strongest young men are infected with anti-whiteism. That is what we have to fix. He goes on to write, if using terms like anti-whiteism, Western kind, and white well-being feels strange or forced, it's because for our whole lives, our thoughts and language have been manipulated to ensure we can't defend our people. Of course, it will feel strange, but you can't turn the language of anti-whites back against them by saying things like, quote, CRT is a racist attack on whiteness by neoliberalists, close quote. It never works. It confuses people, or it can make you sound like the villain. Speaking outside the anti-white narrative is not cultish. It's escaping the cult. That's the whole point of going free, rejecting the brainwashing, speech and thought control of the mass media. Anti-nationalists are acting out a Hollywood script written by the people they claim to hate. When they see us escaping that, they become like crabs in a bucket. They do indeed. Brilliant words from Ruination Media. We'll jump right down as we move along to Ian T.D. Wilson. He writes, I can't believe it's 2021 and white sympathetics still think doing marches that get universally reviled by the media, scorned by the vagues, and used as a pretext to harm our people is, quote, waking up the normies, close quote. They're either really dumb or they've been infiltrated by people trying to steer them down a counterproductive path. I'm so much happier after getting out of the alt-right echo chamber of bitterness and delusion and coming over to going free. I was almost ready to step away from this whole scene before I started following Jason's work. It breaks my heart that so many of our brothers and sisters want to continue down the path of focusing on other groups and playing the villain in their story when they could be here empowering themselves and radiating a love of Western kind. I'll just pause really quickly to point out that Ian was almost like so many thousands, maybe tens of thousands, who come into the white sympathetic sphere and then leave because of exactly everything that Ian was talking about that was causing him to be disillusioned with the white sympathetic sphere. He goes on, confession time. I used to be a big fan of TRS and listened to their flagship podcast religiously. They started out as race realist libertarian types, encouraging people to have agency and get their lives in order. They had a variety of voices on the panel, and several of them were more level-headed and reasonable than the ones who still remain. I initially found the edgy jokes implying that they were antique nationalists funny, because it was done in a very obviously tongue-in-cheek way. So you knew they were only kidding around. In their serious moments, they made it clear that they weren't into that stuff. At some point, though, things changed. The more reasonable people started leaving the site, and the edgy jokes didn't seem as tongue-in-cheek as they used to be. It started feeling a lot more mean-spirited and getting genuinely ugly. They associated with several questionable characters who I won't name here, and they started to embrace the narrative that the cause of all the West problems was that group we refer to as the puppies. Anytime they learned about something bad, they would haphazardly try to construct a narrative that made the puppies responsible. After a while, it seemed like every other conversation was reduced to them complaining about puppies, and it got tiresome. Perhaps it's no surprise that once their worldview was constructed around the dogma that one particular group is categorically anti-white and holds unlimited power, their whole community dissolved into a nihilistic cesspool of lost people trying to see who can get in the biggest dig against that group. It's like they've started thinking, quote, the puppies are an invincible enemy, but at least we can thumb our noses at them, close quote. Once you embrace irony, there's no room for love, the emotion which could inspire them to stand up and do something great for our people. Instead, they measure success by how much it upsets the puppies. Quote, going free? Cleaning your mind of ideas that keep you down so that you can succeed and make positive contributions? Nah. Let's use the same playbook as a man who eventually committed suicide and became a pretext for denying our people a positive identity. That's what true success looks like, because the puppies hate him more than any other historical figure, close quote. I actively despise people who are leading our people down a path that's failed again and again. And if the NJP want to do that, then they can be held accountable for all the lives they destroy. Someone like Joey Jordan might claim to be white sympathetic, but if he's out there attempting to tear down the going free community, then I lump him in with all the other anti-whites, because they are on the exact same page. Jason, thank you for all you do. I initially got into this scene because I cared about white well-being of our people, and I wanted us to have a future. I've learned a lot since coming here, but what really appealed to me was that so much of what you said was exactly what I was thinking, i.e., not playing the villain, not using the language of our victimizers, keeping the focus on our people rather than external groups we have no control over, etc. It was like coming home at long last after wandering through the wilderness. I wish I'd started following you sooner, and that the early sensibleness of the TRS crew hadn't caused me to stick with them far longer than I should have. For anyone who prefers love over antipathy, this is the place to be. God bless you, brother Ian, for that magnificent testimonial, one that is speaking directly to your experience. And that is so very important. And that is the reason why wonderful people like Ian here, who is obviously a reasonable, well thought out, intelligent person. You can see that from the construction of the sentences. You can see that the thoughts are coherent. That is the reason why people like Helen financially gift $2,000, because we bring in the best of the best, and then they go out into the world and they bring in the best of the best, and we put an end to the senseless injuring of all of those who want to serve our people in some way and who get ensnared in endeavors that ruin their lives. Let's head right over to the phones with a call to Tall Kevin, who is first on our list, and then we have Mr. V up next. Kevin, here it comes. As it rings, we know that often Kevin has to step outside to be able to take these calls. And so I just wanted to remind everybody of that. We will wait, and Kevin, let us know when you are available to take the call, and we will call you right back, good brother. I want to hear what you have to say. But until then, we're going to jump on over to Mr. V, who is in the holding pattern up next. Mr. V, here comes the call. It's going to be the beginning of a song from now on.
Hello, brother.
How you doing? Let me grab your... Here we have, I think I have your... Although I didn't have an opportunity to take a look. Where did it go? Where did it go? Well, go ahead and start with, I'll find your document that you have filled out. I have it here somewhere. And then we'll post it up on the screen and we can talk about that. But what's going on? How are you doing?
I'm really well, brother. I'm excited for all the work that we're doing and all the victory. And you really ruffled some jimmies, shall we say, with the whole Patriot Front thing. The comments were absolutely disgusting by people who claim to be Patriot Front supporters. I'm not saying they were Patriot Front, but people who were in the comments were Patriot Front supporters, and their behavior was despicable. The overwhelming majority of people in our community behave themselves quite well, but I don't want to be in a sphere with these people. I don't want to be in a government with these kind of people. They behaved worse than boys, really. It was awful, absolutely disgusting. They only had slander. They had no critiques. You did critique. They just engaged in slander. Very worse than childish, really. But yeah, I'm well, brother. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. We have Odysee is up working now. So fortunately, it was not a targeted banning, but it was something issue that they were having. But I'm really doing superbly because we're having such monumental gains. And I'm going to tell you what, next week is going to be a going free, not to miss. Because I think we're setting this up, and we're going to be sharing the Great Imminent Reigns Song 7 on Prometheus Rising, and I've been working on iteration 2, and I think next couple of weeks it's going to be available for everybody. And I don't know, I might give out a bunch just to get it rolling, and certainly for everybody like yourself who's really active in making stuff happen. I'm just going to be giving them out. But then I'm on to the audiobook of Prometheus Rising, and I swear I've been thinking about reading this book into an audiobook for so many years, more than 10. So I am very excited to get started on that. So let me, I think I found, bing, there you go. Is that what you were looking for? Nope. Bing, how about that? Yep, that's what we're going to be able to not see. It looks like I might have to zoom in, and I don't think I can do that on this.
Real quick, brother, while you do that, let me just send you the second part of what I sent you last time.
Okay.
The image that I sent you last time. Now, I don't speak fluent Spanish, but I'm learning it, and I do recommend if someone speaks a secondary language that you use GoFree to learn that language. You can do two things at once, and I see no better way to learn a second language than to start doing a GoFree translation. So I'm still working out the kinks on a couple of words. So far, what I found for Portuguese and Spanish is that Antiwhiteism, it doesn't sound good. It comes across as anti-whiteness, and
Ooh.
That's an issue.
Right.
So might have to be just anti-white ideology. There's a couple of words that don't fit too well, and then other words that fit splendidly, like anti-white. You can say anti-white, or you can say like against white, like contra, and that sounds really, really good in both Portuguese and Spanish. So there's some things that work really well. I translated the MC that I came up with. The world's well-being is dependent on white well-being, and that came out really well in both. So it's really important that it has kind of that it's pleasant. There's kind of a pleasantness and an ease in the translation. So I'm quite content that both of these Iberian languages, I think, are they'll come out well. I think they'll come out well in translation. There's just a couple of things to work out.
Well, this is, once again, you were just another epic thing that you were doing here in service to white well-being. This is Portuguese, what I have up on the screen right now. And this is what you shared the last time. I was so ecstatic when I saw that. And the one that you have just sent, which one is that?
That is Spanish.
Okay. So that's the Spanish one. Do you want to say, anything to either? I guess maybe we have the Portuguese one up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to speak to that? Anything on there while we have you?
Yeah, I would just say that everything translates rather well except white guilt, white guilting. What else? A couple of those like that. Everything else translates rather well. I could not find a way of saying Promethean, so I just came up with my own, which I think is quite accurate. Everything else I think translates rather well. There's just a couple of things that only come across rather well in English that will be difficult. Like hate hoax is going to be slightly challenging, hush crime, but I'm confident that as I keep working on both of these, I can find a way to make it come across and flow well, because that's really important. It's important that it can be picked up. There's a mnemonic aspect to it. It's also pleasant to the ear, etc., and works well in the language. But the most important stuff works, which is what I'm content with. It's just hate hoax, hush crime, anti-whiteism, and these other kind of things that are going to be more challenging.
Right. And remember, where we do have issues where there isn't a good translation, we can just use the English word and then convey the concept in the native tongue. That might be what we have to do in some cases. But my gosh, let's get a big round of applause for Mr. V. He's jumped in. He just single-handedly took on Gad Sad and the villainy there of he and his cohorts, his anti-white cohorts. And I've already talked with the people who work on the website, Geniuses, and we have going to be able to put everything that you have put together up on the website so that people will be able to have access to that, find out exactly what the Gad Sad and crew, what his book's about, and what they're up to, and then be able to make videos or content of their own based on all the research that you did. But then Mr. V sends me this. He's got a surprise for me, and I open this up, and it's the translation from English, the Lexicon, into Portuguese, and then he says he's got putting together a Spanish one as well. So golly, what a magnificent service to White Wellbeing, brother. You are a real champion. How long did this take you? And do you have any suggestions for people who are thinking about doing something like this? And also, are you looking to get any help on any of that?
Yeah, the help I think would be good for the Spanish translation. The Portuguese translation I can handle myself. I'm quite confident that I can handle that myself. The Spanish translation, it would be good to speak to another Iberian brother and see what they have to say. Someone who's more proficient in the language, because I've just started to learn it. So that would be the kind of help that I would need for that, would be if I can speak to a native Spanish speaker and get their thoughts on it. But my recommendation is that for future translations, it's very important that we get the glossary first, we get the lexicon and the terms hashed out. Everything else we can translate easily. The thing we have to really be precise about first and really solidify first is the terminology. It is the lexicon, because that's going to affect how everything else in the book is going to be translated. So we have to start thinking about it now. I'm sure my translations aren't perfect. I'm sure there will be better versions, and I'll keep working on it as things move forward and as I become more proficient in both languages. But we have to get that lexicon nailed down first. Everything else will come from that. Everything else is going to be translated based on that and with that in mind. So my recommendation is start off with the roots, start off with anti-white, start off with white well-being, start off with the most important stuff, and then move from there. Villainy signaling and virtue trapping, all this other kind of stuff. Very important. I do think it's very important. But the first part of the lexicon that you find in Go Free Edition 1, that's my recommendation for where people should start. Nail those basics first: anti-white, white well-being, anti-white narrative, etc., etc. That's the most important stuff to potential power, meme pathogen, meme curative, archetypal alignment protocol. Nail all that stuff first.
Precisely. That's brilliantly stated, brother. Yeah, you got to begin. And that's one of the important things I think which you just said. Everything you just said, extremely important. But those who are thinking about participating and doing something in service to white well-being, helping themselves, family, our community, and our people at large, notice what Mr. V has done demonstrated magnificent works in service to white well-being. And yet, how does he begin? He doesn't create some gigantic wish list. Wishing gets you nothing. In fact, it's a curse about all the things that need to be done. He says, okay, what's the first thing that has to be done? Then the next thing. So you start with what you can do, what has to be done first, and then you build upon that. You have a greater vision, but you build with that first step, and then that second step, and eventually you reach that greater vision. And that's something that a lot of people just don't end up learning, and they end up not succeeding in life. So you get life tips over here, Going Free as well, life hacks, if you will, so that you can be a better you. And that's exactly right. So yeah, God bless you, brother. This is magnificent. I'll download and then add as well the Spanish one that you have. But while I do that, would you like to speak to this, since I just added a zoomed in version, and let me see if I can turn off the ticker so that there we go. We can see these are the two categories you have. Gad Sad's book on the right, Go Free on the left. Would you like to speak to some of what you have here, brother?
Yeah, sure. So this doesn't include the complete abstractionism that's in the book. For example, in the book, he mentions 6 killer apps, which is from someone else's work, which is trying to break down what makes Western civilization great. And then Saad breaks it down even further. So he takes someone's abstractionism, and then he adds even more abstractionism. He filters it through his own abstractionist filter once more. This doesn't include all of that. This is just a very simple side-by-side comparison of what you're going to find in one book versus the other. So Saad's book is not a manual in the way that Go Free is. When you read Saad's book, you're not going to find little exercises, and you're not going to find techniques for you to contemplate and remove those MPs, to take them out from your subconscious. You're not going to find any of that. You're just going to find a rambling monologue from an anti-white fat ass. That's all that you're going to find. You don't find the same thing. So, for example, I think the most important ones is the inoculation part. The inoculation method in Saad's book doesn't involve the subconscious. The word subconsciously shows up once in the book. The subconscious isn't mentioned at all. So throughout the book, there's like this veneer, this attempt at academic validity, because there's so many sources in the book. Go Free doesn't cite any sources, but you know that Mr. Köhne has probably thousands of sources from years of work, both his research and the research of others that he's put into it. Yet Go Free works. The sources are embedded in the work. With Saad, the sources are just pages upon pages of them to give that academic validity, but there is no inoculation, unlike in Go Free. In Go Free, you get MCs. Saad's book doesn't have MCs. You get a call to action where you're told to activate your biospirit. In Saad's book, you're told to activate your inner honey badger. It's so laughable. It's unbelievable how it came through academic publishing, but I think that says a lot about academic publishing in the West nowadays. But yeah, the inoculation is not transmissible. That's another thing too. It's not mimetic or transmissible. He doesn't give you examples in the book like you get in the Going Free community. When you look at Saad's Twitter or his videos, he's not talking about another great person whose life I changed and helped. He's just tweeting people who bought his book, but then they read the book and that's it, and they walk away believing that they've been inoculated. That's one of the most dangerous things, is that to make someone believe that you've given them the cure when you've given them poison is really, really dangerous. That's why he's far more dangerous than someone like Karlin Borisenko. Karlin Borisenko was dumb enough to go after you, brother. She was dumb enough to mention your name. When you look at the tweets of Saad slander, which I do have an image of, and I sent it to you as well in the whole package, notice how he says that he doesn't mention you because he says he doesn't want to give you attention or whatever. He knows that if he mentions you, people will go to you, they'll find out about your work, and they'll know that he's a liar. They'll know that he's a liar and that he's just slandering. So there's no evidence, there's no methodology for curative contagion. He doesn't explain how his quote-unquote mind vaccine is going to spread throughout the population. And there's no practice. I say there offers no guidance for practicing the suggested inoculation method. He doesn't. The inoculation method that he offers is really just teaching people how to see the truth and then how to receive that truth. But he states that ostrich parasitic syndrome is a syndrome that causes people to reject obvious truths. So it's a catch-22 solution, which is no solution at all. The language, he accepts all the terminology that's used and created by anti-whites, and he adds his own obfuscating and ineffective jargon, as I state there. So it's really just a meme pathogen, a gigantic meme pathogen superset disguised as a meme curative book.
Wow. You have just done such a glorious job with all of this. You have absolutely dressed him down. This is stupendous. And we're going to have this up on the website because, of course, folks may know that Amazon not only deleted my comment, review of his book, which was legitimate. I purchased his book from Amazon, and it was a fair, critical review of his book. And not only did they delete my comment, but they stripped me of my ability to review anything on Amazon. So this guy, he's really lucky, or he has some friends in powerful places, and they are deciding to silence us. That's what it is. It's us. They want, our population using abstractions so that we cannot defend ourselves. And you know what, though, folks, to tie this into the other issues that we're having, they either want you using abstractions so you can't defend yourself, or they want you focusing entirely on some other group of people so that you can't defend yourself. It's one of those that they want you doing. And when we roll out something that works to focus on us and with love and defend ourselves, they do everything they can to silence us. And Mr. V has done a work here that we are eternally indebted for. We deeply appreciate, and we're going to get onto that website and help to spread that as much as possible. We hope that many people will make little videos, little vignettes, big videos, whatever it might be, with all of that great info, because, you know, Mr. V he's given us an opportunity with GAD-SAD, in that the more popular GAD-SAD becomes, the more popular we will become when we reach the public with his efforts, his endeavors, or his friends' efforts and endeavors, and that we have something that is true and works for Western kind, whereas he has something, as Mr. V has perfectly pointed out here, is going to continue to leave us in these tributaries where we end up dying in the shallows. What an epic thing you've done, brother. I deeply appreciate you, love you, everything that you've done in service to white well-being. I want to show folks this, but we'll save this to talk about next time, because we have Tall Kevin waiting on the line for his call. But this is Spanish, and Mr. V said he thinks he could use some help on this, right? So give us just a couple thoughts on this, and we'll talk more about it next time, and then your final thoughts this week, brother.
Yeah, thank you, brother. That's very kind of you. One thing I'll say is, yeah, you're right. Notice how anytime you go on a store, I think it was either A-Books or Thrift Books, but it's also on Amazon, but it was on one of these non-Amazon stores, wherever Saad's book is, you'll see right there, Go Free being recommended. So I find that quite interesting that these two are, they were placed under the same category. I knew that this new wave was going to come, this new wave of hijacking your work. It had to, because if you can't fight it, you gotta misdirect, you gotta divert it. And one quick note, brother, on the book, there's also, a destruction of the identity politics as part of the anti-white narrative. That's also in the book. So he denounces identity politics, which we all know is denying whites' identity. Because it's not that people are tired of identity politics, they're tired of anti-whiteism that others call identity politics. And he adds even more names to misdirect from anti-whiteism, which keep coming out again and again. Like, there's been so many insane names: wokeness, wokeism, woke regime, like anything but anti-whiteism. And Saad has done his work as an anti-white by adding a huge amount of lexicon to the anti-white narrative to prevent our people from noticing that it's anti-white. They're calling it everything but anti-white and anti-whiteism, and we've got to make them call it anti-white and anti-whiteism. A quick note on the Spanish one. There's a few here that are in the missing from the Portuguese version because I'm not as sure. I'm still going to have to do some work on it. But some translate slightly better than the Portuguese version because the two languages, although similar, are different. But yes, I still need to do some work on this. I still need to learn more Spanish. But this was not that difficult, really. And I don't have too much to say about it other than I have to work out a couple of kinks. There's a few that I've translated that are not here because these are just the ones that I'm rather sure about. So for both the Portuguese and the Spanish version, there's more, but I want to make sure that I've got them precisely as they should be translated before I show them. So that's about all I'd say about that. And I have a friend from Quebec who does excellent French translations. I'm going to talk to him and see if he wants to do a French translation. I think it would be beneficial to him, as well as, of course, the Going Free community and White Wellbeing in general. So I'll talk with him and I'll let you know more about that, brother. And I didn't forget about those changes. I've just been so busy lately, but I'll get them to you rather soon. Those changes to the notes, the main file on SOD. Streamline that a little bit more, add some things.
Oh yeah, great then. Yeah, then I'll wait for that and then I'll send that over to be posted on the website.
Yeah, perfect, brother. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't take up too much time, and great thanks to Tall Kevin and to everybody. Just everybody's doing great work for White Wellbeing. Of course, as always, yourself included, brother. Promethean hails and take the greatest care.
Promethean hails. Bye-bye, brother.
Bye-bye, brother.
Fantastic, Mr. B. God, what a champion. What an epic champion. Tall Kevin is up next. We have, looks like 7 more minutes, and it's all going to Tall Kevin.
Hello.
Hey, brother. I don't know if you could hear me, but I was just saying we got 7 more minutes, and it's all going to you. What's on your mind, and how are you doing?
Good, yeah. Just keep it in there. I haven't been on the videos that much. My work schedule is a little different, so I was watching them, the recording, so I wasn't actively, able to comment or call or anything. But I'm still around. So, but I think one thing I kind of recently had somewhat like an epiphany on myself, and I think it kind of applies to a lot of people, like why we, white people, why we get sucked into some of these arguments when we're dealing with an anti-white, especially online or even in person. I think it's, we know naturally it's in our nature to kind of want to explain things and describe and give the truth and give statistics and facts. And I think once you're having an argument or even just a regular conversation with someone that has somewhat of a differing opinion, or they're using mainly like the conservative type talking points, so that's usually what I'm dealing with. We just want to explain things and point out this and that and the statistics and the stories, and let me show you this video and read this book and look at all this facts and all this stuff. I think because naturally we don't want to feel like we're being deceptive and like we're hiding something or we're keeping a secret. We're just given a one-word answer, and it's like, nope, I'm not going to explain it. Not going to explain it. I mean, that's kind of something that I was dealing with. And then what I was just saying is, hey, you can go out and do your own research. You live in the world that I live into. You know what's out there, and it's anti-white what they're doing, and it's not, like you always say, it's not drawing attention, or it's not creating a people, is the line you use, and I use that myself now. And what I really like about the Going Free Lexicon and the words and everything is it's written down. It's not just an abstract thing where you can change it, and it's the globalists, and it's the tricoms, and it's the North Koreans, like stuff like that. They did. If aliens landed on Alaska or wherever, and they started do things the United States or other countries don't like, it'll be, it's those Alaskan moon aliens. It just changes. It's right. It's fluid. It just goes to whatever the flavor of the week is, whatever the topic of the day, whatever the enemy is. That's what it'll change. There's no anything that's set in stone. Whereas Going Free, yes, it's kind of it changes, and people could have inputs and words and all that, but it's something that's physically written down, and you could just use it. And it's not like a mantra. It's not like a cult, like people say, because we've all debunked that. We know what the truth is, but it's something that's easy just to pull up in your mind, and you say, oh, I know how to say this. Myth, pretext, sentimentalized, all that. And it's there. It's easy to remember. You don't have to just talk about statistics of this war and that battle and the Civil War. We ended slavery, and there's still slavery in Africa. Like that's a conversation you can have with someone that's being intellectually honest, and usually those people are on your side anyway. If you're just having a regular shooting the breeze conversation with a guy, you can bring up all that stuff, and it's just, oh, okay, wow, I never thought of it that way. But if you're talking to somebody that's pushing back and they're actively denying just reality, you just use the lexicon, and they have no rebuttal other than, oh, you're a racist, you're this and that, and they just project, the antique nationalists and all that crap. That's what they want you to be. And when you just say that, it's like, no, that's not what I do, man. Not me. No, not me. I don't have crazy tattoos or nothing like that. And they want you to do that. And when you don't, they really don't know how to take it. And they just they don't want to talk to you. You get blocked on Twitter, which I'm blocked from. I just realized this. Ramsey Paul actually blocked me, and a guy, I'm sure people know who he is, Jack Prosobiec. He was like a journalist.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know what it was. I don't know what he did, but he's of Polish descent. So am myself, and I think what it was about is just saying comments about. He kind of said something about Poland, how they're doing like this, the abortion law, and it's, this is like communism. It's something like that. And I said, like anti-white or anything like that. And I assume that's kind of what it's about, but I really have no clue. And I just can't understand that. And another guy I'm recently just seeing people still flock to is this Styx idiot online. Like it's just like Alex Jones 2.0, it's like,
right.
The globalist, the Marxist. And if I'm going over time, let me know. You can just hang up. I don't want to kill.
No, you're good. Go, brother. You're good.
Well, it's just like I'm not deriding boomers. I know that they have contributions thing, but it's kind of like a boomer mindset, just saying like, the communists, it's the Tricon. It's like, why can't you just say anti-white? You're of our age. You're in the era of modern technology. You know what's going on. And you're still using, this is Marxism, this is communism, because you could, like, this is what it wants to pull me into the white genetics. It wants me to pull me into discussions with these people and say, well, actually, when they had Marxism in 1958, Latvia, there wasn't this going on, that wasn't going on. There wasn't discrimination against white people. Like, you want to just get pulled into all that and say, well, actually, it's not communism, because communism, you could watch a movie from 1970, whatever, Russia, and it doesn't look like it does in the United States. So you're saying America's communist, where in Russia it was communist too, and there is no parallel at all. It was mainly white people, healthy society. People weren't 600 pounds. People weren't doing drugs, all this negative behavior. So it's just like, it's false. And they just use these terms. I don't know, to just be accepted or just to kind of like gain a couple followers on their Twitter, Instagram. I don't know why they do it, but they're actively denying the reality. And it's just kind of frustrating. But like you said, what it comes down to is just, they know what going free is. If they don't want to use it, then, I don't know, let them go and do their own thing. But it just kind of makes me agitated, because some guys still get pulled into this like gravitational pull of just, Marxism and communism. It's like, America was allied with communists during World War II. Like, it changes yearly. It changes what the enemy is yearly. It doesn't matter, like, that's the thing. It's just, you get frustrated because they're just denying reality. Books and thousands of research and your work and everybody that helps contribute to it. They're just saying like, nah, I'm not, that's weird. There's no cool sayings, or there's no cool flag or nothing with this guy. Nah, I'm not into that. It's like, I don't know, man. You just got to give them up. I mean, I still, comment and say things, but it's very limited in what I say, because it's just pointless to go into a discussion with these guys, because they don't want to change. They're just a bootlegger for him and other people. I don't know what entertainment value they get from watching these streams of these guys that are hours long, and they have hundreds of followers at 2 a.m. or something. I'm like, wow, man, what are these guys doing? Like, I don't know. Like you say, it's doom documented. They just like to hear all the crazy stuff. It's like, if you could put on any Ramsey Paul streams, any time of the video day, you could be like, it's like the Soviet Union, and it's crazy. Oh boy. It's like, it's just annoying. I don't know how people put up with it.
Brother, there are rarely times that somebody addresses a subject and I feel like there's nothing I could add. It's been completely addressed, and this is one of them. You just kicked tail. That was fantastic. Absolutely agree 100%. Here.
Yeah. I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but I mean, that's just my opinion, and I'm sure a lot of guys see that. You just get like confused. You're thinking, why are you watching this? Like, what do you get out of it? And I've been blocked in this chat or whatever. I don't think you can totally block somebody from a chat permanently, but like that stream, they can do it. But I don't know. I recommend, if anybody's still following or anything on there, just, every once in a while, say a comment or two and get off the video. But it's just sad. A lot of guys are still giving these people money like that. That's what really hurts, is they're putting money into just a vehicle that has no direction. Like, what's your goal? Like, you want to ask them, like, what is this? Just to grift and take money off of people's PayPal accounts or something? I don't know. I don't know what it's for. He's not working towards a goal. He's just like entertaining himself. That's what I think. Not just him, but other people too.
Yeah, precisely. There's a ton of self-aggrandizement in various ways. Yeah, self-enrichment, aggrandizement. That's unfortunately what it is. Folks, by their by their fruits. And folks, Tall Kevin, he's just speaking a lot of truth here. And we love you, brother. We really appreciate you coming on. You are always welcome to call, and you just let me know, and we will shoot you back a call. All right?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, my video was paused. It'll like play like a couple minutes behind, and then I didn't know you were calling because I was doing dishes or something here.
No worries. No worries at all. But thank you so much for coming on, and thank you so much for everything you just shared too. It needed to be said, and I couldn't have done better.
I'm sure not the one that feels that way.
Well, you're the one who just said it best right now, so appreciate it. Have a good night, brother. Promethean hails to Tall Kevin, everybody.
Good night, everybody. I'll see you maybe next week if I'm off.
Yes, sir. Please do. We'll talk to you then. All right. Bye-bye. That was the one and only Tall Kevin, for which the widget is named, ladies and gentlemen. And just going to make sure really quickly, I think we have, if we have any comments that are left over on either D Live or Odysee, I will see if I can make sure to get to those next week. I don't think we have anything that I missed on YouTube, as we are about to wrap up Going Free this week, and so we can get started another week ahead of us. We do have Natarific was saying to someone, I guess they were having a conversation, said he doesn't remember who was the gentleman who named their child after me. It was DB Cooper. Yes, Natarific and his wife, they were with us during a Going Free stream in labor and delivery. That's dedicated. You're not going to find dedication like that elsewhere. But yes, I guess the person was asking about who named their child after me, and it was the great DB Cooper, a great champion in service to White Wellbeing. Real quick look over here to make sure it is blank and that we didn't miss anybody on Cash App. We try never to miss folks. And I will... Okay, good. It's blank. We didn't miss anybody, and we didn't miss anybody over here. Once again, it doesn't matter whether we are on the camera or whether we are between 5 and 9 or another part of the day. We are going free. We are succeeding. We are having victories in our own lives, victories in our lives, the lives of those around us, the children. Think about Azimuth Clark's 5-year-old little boy. These are the two things to take into this coming week, everybody. These are the two things. Azimuth Clark's 5-year-old little boy, and there are others out there, little boys and little girls, sons and daughters of the West, who are getting inoculated against Antiwhiteism because of the work that we are doing here. It is because of that work that they are going to lead lives where they love themselves, where they love our people, where they're able to access their true talents, where they're able to access physical, mental, and spiritual, where they're able to access the potentials of our greatest, where they're going to feel a kinship with our brothers and sisters all over the world and throughout all time, where they are going to understand the world. They're not going to be confused. Think about how emotional we get when we think about a sick animal, or people seem to do it more with animals than even with babies. But think about how emotional we get with a sick baby or a sick animal that doesn't understand what's wrong, and they're in pain and confused. That's how we live our whole lives until we go free. We are in pain. We are confused. We don't know what's causing the pain. We don't know why we are suffering from what we call white noir. We don't know what is holding us back. We don't understand it until we understand the anti-white and anti-whiteism. The second thing that you're going to take with you this week is the knowledge that more and more people like Helen, financially gifting $2,000, are seeing that success, experiencing it in their lives, and are willing, for now, with working class people's means, to financially gift, but maybe not forever. I love you all. Let's go free.